in the first of 3 here at Marlins Park. We're set for baseball on a Monday night in Miami, and for the play-by-play, here's the voice of the Marlins, Dave Van Horn.
All right, thanks, Skip, and hi again, everybody. Glad to have you aboard for tonight's game. The Marlins wearing the home whites, the black caps and helmets, and the Giants coming out of the first base dugout wearing the road grays, trimmed in black and orange, and black caps and helmets with the interlocking orange embroidered SF on the front of the caps. Well, stepping in is Denard Span, the center fielder, batting .262. And Jose is ready. The 24-year-old right-hander fires high and wide, and ball one. We're underway at Marlins Park on a stormy night outside. Denard Span, a left-handed batter, good speed. The veteran takes a strike as Jose finds the outside edge, and a ball and a strike to Denard Span. On this current road trip, he's been a hot hitter for the Giants, 9 for 28, giving him a .321 road trip batting average. The pitch grounded to the right side. Up with it, Derek Dietrich takes it right to the bag, and Span is out, 1 away. Angel Pagan will be the batter. With Dietrich at first base, D. Gordon at second, Adeiny Echeverria the shortstop, Martin Prado, sore left foot and all over there at first base. And in the outfield, of course, Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton, left to right. JT Realmuto catching this one. Pulls the mask down. Once again, he'll get down as soon as the batter gets into the box. And the catcher will go through the signs for Jose Fernandez. Pagan hitting .281, 8 homers, 40 batted in for the veteran. He takes a strike. 0-1 on Pagan. Pagan on this current Giants trip, a .273 hitter, and better than that for the season at .281. There's the pitch, and it's foul tipped right into Realmuto's mitt. There's a 96-mile-an-hour heater from Jose. Jose making his 3rd career start against the Giants. He's 1-1 with a 5.25 ERA against San Francisco. Here's the 0-2 pitch. And at 96, it's high and a ball, 1-2. Last year, when he came back from Tommy John surgery on July 2nd, he pitched right here at Marlins Park against the Giants and won the ball game 5-4, going 6 strong innings. Here's the 1-2 and a one-hopper back to Jose. He has it, throws to first. Pagan is out. 2 down, a ground ball to first and a ground ball to the pitcher, and here comes Brandon Belt to bat now for the Giants. Belt hitting .285. Their first baseman has 13 homers and 55 batted in. Jose's other start was this year at AT&T Park on April 23rd, a 7-2 San Francisco win. Jake Peavy was the winner and Jose the loser. Here's the pitch, and it's outside, ball 1. Jose went 6 innings, gave up 4 runs on 7 hits and 3 walks. Had 5 strikeouts in 104 innings. So 1-1 against the Giants. The pitch low and outside and a ball. That pitch at 96, 2-0 on Brandon Belt. Belt has helped the Giants out on the trip. The pitch is swung on and missed. He was fooled by that pitch. And instead of at 96, that one dropped down into the white block numbers up on the scoreboard. They start the red-orange numbers at 96 and above. And we're used to seeing Jose light up that scoreboard. There's a 96-mile-an-hour fastball outside for ball 3. 3-1 the count. Jose rocks back, pushes off, delivers, swing and a miss. Strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jose, I'm sure, has a lot on his mind in this start tonight because over his last 6 starts, he's only managed 2 wins. Here's the pitch, and that's outside, ball 4. It's a 2-out walk here in the first. He missed with the 98-mile-an-hour fastball. One of the things we've seen in recent starts with Jose is that a lot of times coming out of the bullpen and onto the mound in the game, he's got the good stuff. He's got the fastball. We've just seen 96, 97, 98 on that last pitch, but doesn't always have the good command of that fastball in the early innings. Here's Buster Posey, the Giant catcher, with 2 outs and a runner, and he swings on the first pitch, pops it up softly to shallow right. D. Gordon goes back, takes care of that, and with 1 pitch, Jose retires Posey on a pop-up, and Belt is stranded. D. Gordon batting .282, stands in, and here comes Cueto's first of the night. And D smacks this ball on a line to right field and a base hit. So Cueto is greeted by a single from D. Gordon. And D. Gordon continues his hot hitting, and he has been a hot hitter. Gordon hit .364 with 10 runs scored, a double, a triple, and an RBI over the course of the last 9 games.
This is the 5th consecutive game he's led off with a hit. And in each of the last 4, he scored a first-inning run. Looking to keep that streak alive as well. He's been an igniter.
He did a terrific job in helping to ignite things, certainly for the Marlins in the early goings in Colorado. Here's the pitch to Martin Prado, a called strike. Martin batting .323 overall, 19 homers and 58 batted in. And Prado with a guard on that left shin and left foot, where he fouled a ball off his big toe yesterday and was in a lot of pain, had to leave the game. Pitches outside the ball. He's going to lose that nail. But they relieved the pressure, and he's undergone treatment, and he's right back in the lineup tonight after we watched him leave Coors Field limping his way to the bus to go to the airport for the flight home last night. Here's the 1-1, and Prado swings and pops it up out into shallow center. The second baseman panic, gives way to Brandon Crawford, and the shortstop makes the catch. Gordon stays at first. Prado out on the pop-up to the shortstop, and Christian Yelich will be the batter. With more than 60 years of family fun, Bird Bowl's got nightly specials, bowling, billiards, arcades, something for everybody. They're just off the Palmetto on Bird Road here in Miami. Bird Bowl, eat, drink, bowl. Christian Yelich has had a hit in each of the last 6 games on that road trip. Batting .423, 11 for 26. A throw to first base to measure up Gordon. D has stolen 10 bags in 13 attempts.
This is a tough matchup for D or any base stealer. Cueto's always held runners well. They're 3 for 9 against him this year. And Posey's been the best throwing catcher in the league this season.
Here's the pitch, and there's a called strike on Christian Yelich.
League average is about 27-28% usually for a catcher, throwing runners out trying to steal. Posey's at 47% this year, which is the best in his career. He's thrown out 21 of 45.
So like a good wine, getting better with age.
Good test for D.
D doesn't have a very big lead, and he steps back to the bag as soon as Cueto stepped off. Johnny Cueto comes into this game 13-3, a 2.73 earned run average. And this is his 23rd start of the season. It's his 9th career start against the Marlins, his first as a Giant. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Right on the outside, a called strike on Yelich, and it's 0-2. The plate umpire is Doug Eddings. Laz Diaz works at first, Corey Blazer at second, and Jeff Nelson, the crew chief, is at third base. Cueto comes set, again a throw to first base. This time Gordon's able to step back to the bag. Last time Cueto started against the Marlins was last year. He was still a Red on the 12th of July. He pitched here at Marlins Park. It was an 8-1 Marlins win with Dan Herron on the mound. Cueto was the losing pitcher. Pitch is low and in, and taking off for second base is Gordon. Throw down to second, and he's out. Wow, Gordon thought he got in there. And for just a moment, it looked like he was going to signal to the dugout to review that play, but he didn't. Picked himself up, and D. Gordon is out.
Boy, I'm not so sure about that. Look at the replay.
Now that I see the replay, I'm not sure he was out either. The ball, a one-hopper into the glove. And then, yeah, I guess he did get it.
I think the foot's on the bag, though. He got him up on the leg, and I think his other foot's on the bag already. and they're going to challenge this. I was surprised Dave was even close. It was a ball in the dirt, and Posey made a sidearm off-balance throw down to second base. Really didn't seem to have a lot on the throw.
There was a ball to Yelich.
I think D's left foot is on the bag, and he's tagged high up on that left leg.
That could be. Got to get the angle where he can see the glove and where the glove makes contact. He's been pretty good at knowing whether he is safe or out on those close plays, and we didn't get much of a reaction from him. Although when he slid in, he was still sitting on the bag. He looked over into the dugout, almost as though to say to the dugout, what do you think?
Posey, it's amazing that Posey was able to get the throw down there. He was falling off to his right, and he actually threw that ball behind Christian Yelich, the hitter, and he didn't get everything on it. So it really is shocking was even that close.
The foot definitely got to the bag. Whether it got to the bag before he was tagged, they're trying to decide that in New York, looking at a variety of angles, some of which we don't have here. So the review goes on. It's that close. It's taking a while to get this one figured out. We're in the first inning with no score. Gordon opened up with a base hit. Prado popped up, and Yelich the batter. And now the review continues. I mean, they're still trying to decide this in New York as they look at it. This is one of the longer reviews. And Johnny Cueto staying loose by taking some warm-up pitches here just to stay loose, not throwing that hard, but just one toss after another to the plate. That's the problem with the long reviews. There is a pitcher somewhere in trouble. Safe at second base. Because the pitcher's the one that needs to maintain rhythm and keep the arm loose. And the other players, they can stand around and wait out those reviews. It's not easy for the pitchers to do that. So Cueto was making some tosses. So Gordon at second base, and 1-2 the count on Christian Yelich. Stanton is on deck with one away. The pitch comes in, and it is low, and a good stop by Buster Posey. Johnny Cueto, as I mentioned, 13-3 on the year, 155 innings, 141 strikeouts. And he's only allowed 134 hits in the 155 innings. That pitch is low. 3-2 the count. Full count on Christian Yelich, hitting .324, 11 homers, 31 doubles, a career high for him. Here's the pitch, and he takes strike three. Cueto, who will at times get that cutter over. This curveball is really a slow curve. That wasn't the curve. That was the cutter. And he caught the outside with that. He's got a slow curve at 75. Might have been a slider. The slider's in the mid-80s along with the cutter.
Whatever it was, Foxtrax says it was off the plate, too far outside. And again, it looks like Yelich's eye was right, but it doesn't help him.
Called out on strike, first K for Cueto. The pitch is fouled off to the right side by Giancarlo. He's batting .242, 24 home runs, 65 batted in with 18 doubles, and he has a triple. Giancarlo with that long home run in Denver. Number 24 on the year. Cueto comes set. He's got Gordon out there at second, gives him a look. Here's the one strike pitch, and it's hit high into the air. Boy, that's going to skim the rafters, but it's going to be into the seats down the right field line. An opposite field pop-up. Stanton homered in back-to-back games at Colorado. Had a home run yesterday in the Marlins' 10-7 win. And he had a home run in the Saturday game. The pitch swung on and missed, and Stanton's down on strikes here. So after a leadoff hit and Gordon gets as far as second, the pop up and 2 strikeouts, and we have no score. How much he is loved and enjoyed in that clubhouse and on the field. Here's Brandon Crawford, the Giant shortstop. He takes a strike. He's a left-handed batter hitting .265, 10 homers and 68 batted in for Crawford, who's just 5 for 24 on this San Francisco road trip. Here's the pitch, and Crawford swings and misses a 95-mile-an-hour fastball for strike 2. This road trip for the Giants started in Philadelphia. They lost 2 out of 3 to the Phillies before winning an extra inning game in the final set of that 3-game series. Here's the pitch. That's up high. And then they went on to Washington and dropped 2 out of 3 to the Nationals. And now they're here in Miami for the final 3 games of this road trip before going back home to face Baltimore. Here's the pitch. And that's low. Did he go? They want an appeal at third. I guess he didn't go. 2-2, the count on Crawford. Jose in this one tonight in quest of win number 13. Here's a ball bounced past Jose, charged by D. Gordon, picks it up, throws to first, couldn't get the ball out of the glove cleanly. And so Gordon held on. If you don't have a good grip and you're throwing while on the move to first base, there's a danger there that you're going to give that base runner another 90 feet. So D held on, and Crawford beats it out for an infield hit. Hunter Pence, the batter, hitting .290. Veteran right-hand hitter. 7 home runs, 12 doubles for Hunter Pence. He's just back recently. He missed 48 games with a right hamstring strain. There's a pitch and a called strike. Just now getting back into the flow of things, and he looks to third base coach Roberto Kelly, who goes through a set of signs. Bill Hayes coaches at first base for the Giants. Nobody out and a runner, so double play depth on the infield. The pitch to Hunter Pence, low and outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. So Jose looking for his first strikeout of the night. The major league leaders in strikeouts. Max Scherzer leads with 198. Jose is next with 192. The pitch swung on and missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Third in the league is the Giants. Madison Bumgarner with 181 strikeouts, and then Steven Strasburg with 169. They're the top 4 in the majors. The pitch is swung on and missed. There's a strikeout for Jose. 1 down. Panic up. As far as strikeouts per 9 innings, Jose is still by far and away the major league leader, striking out 13.1 batters every 9 innings. In second place behind him, Max Scherzer at 11.4 strikeouts every 9. There's a throw to first base, diving back to the bag, Brandon Crawford. The set by Jose, the pitch, and it's right on the outside, a called strike at 96. 0-1 to Joe Panik. Panik, their second baseman, hitting .240. 7 home runs, 38 batted in, and he's got 10 doubles to go with 5 triples. The Panik of late has been in a slump. 2 for 21 on this road trip. 4 for 35, a 114 batting average in the 9 games he's played coming into this one since coming off the DL. He had suffered a concussion and had spent time on the concussion DL. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and that's outside. 1-2. That pitch at 96 miles an hour from Jose. Jose has now pitched 133 innings, and he's recorded 193 strikeouts. Here's a fly ball for Stanton. He backs up a few steps. He's under it and makes the catch. 2 down. And Crawford, waiting halfway, returns to first base. Panic out on the fly ball, and Eduardo Nunez will be the batter. Eduardo Nunez, a 29-year-old veteran. He was traded by the Twins to the Giants. That was on the 28th of July. And it's been a good pickup for San Francisco. Nunez has gone 7 for 28. Does not have a home run as a Giant. Had 12 as a Twin, including 2 off Adam Conley when the Marlins were in Minnesota at Target Field to play that 3-game series with the Twins, where Nunez went 4 for 14 and took Conley deep twice in his start on June 7th. First pitch, strike to Nunez. 2 down, the pitch on the way, and Nunez takes outside, ball 1. Nunez batting number 8. It's his 10th game as a Giant. So for the season, he's hitting .293 with a dozen homers, 49 batted in. 1-1 coming from Jose to Nunez, right-hand batter. Slaps one foul down the right field line, kicks off the sidewall, and the ball boy will take care of that. 1-2. We're in the top of the second with no score. Jose looking for his 10th win of the year here at Marlins Park, where he's made 12 previous starts, going 9-2. There's a throw to first base, diving back to the bag safely, Crawford. And overall in quest of his 13th win. Jose just stepped off looking at Crawford. And Jose's career 26-2 here at Marlins Park and a 1.62 ERA. Just mind-boggling numbers. Both of his Marlins Park losses have come this season. Here's the pitch, and there's a ball blooped foul to the seats off out of play down to our right. When he started the second game of the season against the Tigers, he lost 7-3, and that was his first loss at home, after going 17-0 in 25 starts. And he lost a home game here to the Cardinals on the 28th of July. Here's a high pop-up out near second, and D. Gordon is under this. He's got it. That's all for the Giants. Leadoff infield hit for Crawford. He's stranded at first base. Buster Posey, and gets into the batter's box, hitting .291. Johnny Cueto fires away and misses low and outside to Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna, of course, another all-star. Two of them squaring off in this game, Cueto and Fernández. The pitch bounced past Cueto out to the left of the bag at second. Crawford takes care of it, throws to first. It's dug out by Brandon Belt. 6-3 for the out on Ozuna. And JT Realmuto will be the batter. In that all-star game, Cueto started for the National League, went 1 2/3, gave up 3 runs on 5 hits. Didn't walk anybody, had a strikeout, threw 32 pitches and was out of the game. In a 4-2 American League win, Cueto was the losing pitcher. And the victory, of course, giving the American League home field advantage in the World Series. The pitch and a called strike. Realmuto at 316 takes a strike. The Marlins, for the most part, here early. Well, it's no longer early in the season, is it? But up to this point of the season, have kept anywhere from 3 to at least 2 hitters in the top 10 in the National League. And tonight, Christian Yelich, 4th in the league. Prado, 5th in the league. And 9th in the league, JT Realmuto. Actually tied for 8th. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And JT is down on strikes. 3rd strikeout for Johnny Cueto. He's now struck out 3 of the last 4 batters. Derek Dietrich batting .277, the left-hand hitting first baseman coming up against Cueto. Cueto has 13 wins, so he's looking for number 14. Cueto to the plate, and the ball is hit hard on a line drive out to left center. Racing over there, sticking the glove out. Denard Span makes a nice play to end a.
Yesterday in Denver, not in the lineup tonight, might come off the bench. Look for number 3001. Johnny Cueto leading off the third against Jose Fernández. He showed bunt, pulled the bat back, and he looked at strike one. Cueto's in the top of the order. Span and Pagan for the Giants. We have a hit and a walk against Jose over the first 2 innings. There's a slow tapper third base side. Jose barehands it, fires low to first. It's going to skip past Dietrich. Hits off the sidewall, backed up by D, and Cueto's going to stay at first base. Jose's throw was low. Derek couldn't dig it out. So the pitcher's aboard to start the third for the Giants. We'll see what the official scorer thinks. He's going to go E1. If Jose makes a perfect throw, Cueto's out. So Jose charged with a throwing error to begin the Giants' third. Now the leadoff man, Denard Span, the center fielder. He hit a ground ball to the first baseman, Dietrich, starting off the ball game. Span signed a 3-year contract as a free agent this winter to leave the Nationals and come to the Giants. Got $31 million for the next 3 years. Lefty hitter, and Jose's first pitch fastball is taken for strike one. Giants at 63-48, coming in 15 games over 500. They had the best record in baseball in the first half. They were 24 over. They were 6.5 up on the Dodgers heading to the All-Star break. Here's a ground ball to left of the third baseman. Cueto has it, throws to second for one, back to first. Span beats the return. It'll be a fielder's choice. Span a tough man to double up. Cueto's erased 5-4 for out number one here in the third.
That, by the way, Geff, was Jose's first fielding error of the season. And it was on a throw.
So with Span at first base, here's Angel Pagan, who had a comebacker to Fernández in the first inning. Giants had a great first half, but it's been rough sledding so far in the second half. Their 6-15 record since the break is the worst in the majors. What was once a 6.5 game bulge over the Dodgers, now just a single game, as Pagan stands in and takes strike one. He's a switch hitter batting left-handed against Fernández. Angel Pagan's hit safely in his last 6 in a row. Although it's not been a terrific hitting streak, he's just 7 for 28 during this run, hitting .250. The 0-1 is outside the ball. You look at his numbers and batting average, OBP, slugging for Pagan. It's a typical season. Did a nice job for the Giants over the years. He's had a tough time staying on the field. This year he's missed some time with a hamstring strain. Missed 18 games late May into June. Pitches outside the ball. Pagan's had some back problems. Has had some various other hamstring issues. Moving this year from center field, where he played exclusively as a Giant, into left field with the addition of Denard Span. 2-1 to Pagan. Span 11 steals off of first base. Little tapper back to the mound again. Jose down to second. He throws the ball towards center field. It's backed up by D, who wasn't on the bag. Echeverria was coming over to take the throw. D was backing the play up. The throw went straight to Gordon. It'll be a fielder's choice. They will not charge an error. And there are 2 men on now with 1 out. Jose slams down the rosin bag in frustration. I think he was unclear as to who was going to be covering there. A little lack of communication. He saw D going over. He threw the ball right over the bag. But Etch wasn't there yet. And D made the catch a good 8 or 10 feet behind second base. So Span's at second, Pagan's at first. 1 out, and here comes Brandon Belt, the first baseman, who's hit 13 homers this year, knocked in 55. Drew a walk his first time up. Pitch to Belt, the lefty hitter's in there for a strike. At Geico, you have a choice of ways you can save on your car insurance. Call 1-800-947-AUTO, go online to geico.com, or stop by the Geico office nearest you. So Jose frustrated out there. He's got to rein in the emotions and Try to escape this third inning. No score. Giants threatening. The 0-1 to Belt, fouled back, 0-2. He's jumped ahead here. Jose with one strikeout so far. He got Pence for the first out in the second inning. That's number 193 on the season for Fernández. Already, and we've just passed the 2/3 mark of the year, already the 8th most strikeouts in a single season by any Marlins pitcher ever. Closing in on 200. 0-2 to Belt. That's up and away. Overthrew the fastball at 97. When he gets to 200 and he's 7 away, he'll be just the 6th pitcher ever to record 200 strikeouts in the season for the Marlins. And barring something very unforeseen, he's going to set a Marlins single-season strikeout record. He is well on his way. Doesn't have that far to go. 1-2 to Belt. Swing and a miss. He's one strikeout closer. Belt, his second victim in the ball game, number 194 in the season. And now there are 2 outs in the third inning for Buster Posey. Marlins' best strikeout season ever by Ryan Dempster. Dempster, 209 Ks in 2000. Jose is at 194 now, so only 15 shy of tying the single-season club strikeout record. Posey popped to second in his first AB, and here he takes outside and low a slider. Ball 1 from Jose. Giants have Span at second, Pagan at first. Good speed out there, 2 outs. Outfield straight away and right and center for Posey. The left fielder, Yelich, shades a little bit toward left center. So some room down that left field line. Posey's been hot lately. And he takes a strike over the outside corner. That was the curveball from Fernández. Buster Posey hitting .344 over his last 9 games with an .874 OPS. An all-star for the 4th time this year. 3-time Silver Slugger. Rookie of the Year in 2010. The MVP of the National League in 2012. Won the batting title that year. One of the premier all-around catchers. One of the great leaders in the game. With 2 on and 2 outs, Jose delivers the 1-1, and Posey chases a breaking ball down and away. Good slider, 1-2. Brandon Crawford would be next. We're scoreless top of the third, first of 3, the Marlins and the Giants. Tomorrow night, one of the new Giants, the former Ray Matt Moore, faces Tom Kohler. Another 7-10 game. Then we'll play here at 12:10 on Wednesday to close out the 3-game set. Marlins have Thursday off where the White Sox come in on the weekend. 1-2 pitch to Posey. Reaches out, loops one to right. On comes Stanton. He'll get there, and he makes the one-hand grab to end the inning. So, a couple of mistakes. Here's Echeverria leading off the third against Johnny Cueto and taking strike 1. That win in San Francisco on April 24th was kind of a turnaround game for the Marlins. They were 5-11 before winning that game. They've got the third best record in the league since. 0-1 pitch to Etch is hit high in the air, shallow center. In for its Span. Straight away. Makes the grab, 1 down. Etch came in batting .255. He hit safely in all 6 games on the road trip. And into tonight, Echeverria overall has hit safely in 8 in a row. But he's out to start the third. Now Jose Fernández coming up. Stay with us after the game for the Metro PCS 10th inning show. Metro PCS is wireless figured out. If you switch to Metro PCS now, you get 2 free 4G LTE smartphones from leading brands like Samsung and LG. Sales tax not included. The Giants weren't off to a great start when we saw them in April either. After that series ended on April 24th, the Giants were 9-11. The Marlins were 6-11. Since then, the 3 best records in the league belong to the Cubs, number 1, the Giants, number 2, and the Marlins, number 3. Jose taking all the way, watches strike 1. Since the games of April 24th, the Cubs are 55-36. The Giants 54-37. The Marlins 53-41. There's one pulled in the ground to third, a chopper to Nunez. Across to first, and Jose's out. 2 down, nobody out in the Marlins third. Here's D. Gordon as we roll back around to the top of the order. D. singled, stole second, and was stranded in the first. He's been doing a great job since returning from that 80-game PED suspension. He's now 13 for 38 since coming back July 28th with the Cardinals in town. Since the suspension, D's hitting .342. He started 0 for 6, so he's 13 for 32 since then, hitting .406. Ted Williams territory. There's strike 1 called D, lefty hitter. Giants tonight without their manager, Bruce Bochy. And certainly we send our best to Boch, who is hospitalized in Miami tonight. 0-1, kind of a quick pitch from Cueto. It bounced up there. A ball and a strike. Boch was not feeling good at the team hotel this morning. Brought to an area hospital where he'll be evaluated overnight. The Giants hope he'll be back in the dugout tomorrow. There's a strike call to D. Boch had a couple of stents surgically put in 2 springs ago, February of 2015, to take care of a couple of blockages in his heart. 1-2 to Gordon, is on the ground to third base. Got to hurry. Nunez across to first. Low throw, but dug out by Belt, and the inning's over. Giants not saying that this hospitalization has anything to do with Boch's heart. Before batting practice every day, they really have struck up a great relationship over the last 2 years. Ichiro has taught Ozuna some Japanese. Ichiro speaks some Spanish, and Ozuna's helped him out with that as well. As Brandon Crawford leads off the Giants' fourth, takes ball 1 from Jose Fernández. No score here in Miami tonight. The 1-0 to Crawford is pulling the ground fair under the dive of Derek Dietrich and down the right field line. Crawford's got his second hit in the ball game. Stanton digs that in the corner. Crawford a turn at second base, but he'll slam on the brakes, content with the leadoff double. So Brandon Crawford 2 for 2 in the ball game. He came in batting just .194 over his last 20 games. Now, Don Mattingly is out. He thought that might have been a foul ball. Ground balls over the bag at first and third are not challengeable calls. He goes out to talk with Doug Eddings, don't play an umpire, and gets no satisfaction. Derek diving right along the line for that one. Now, you got to see where it crossed the bag. It's incredibly close. That is not a reviewable play, though. Fly balls, line drives to the outfield that hit for the first time in the outfield, you can challenge those. But ground balls over the bags at first and third, not reviewable. And that's one I've really had a hard time understanding the last couple of years. Hunter Pence stands in, and he takes inside ball 1. Hunter Pence has dealt with some injuries this year, had a right hamstring strain, and he missed 48 games between June 2nd and July 30th. Just recently back as he takes a strike. Then Saturday night in Washington, he hit a ball straight down off of home plate that came back up and hit him in the right cheek. Scraped up his cheek pretty good, and he's got a mean black eye right now. 1-1 pitch to Pence is in there for a strike. He didn't start yesterday against the Nationals. It was a planned day off anyway. He did pinch hit in the 9th inning, and he made the last out of the ball game. He actually sent a funny tweet this morning, and everybody in the city of Miami ought to be aware. He took a picture of himself. It's a nasty black eye, and he tweeted out, "I forget that I have a black eye, and I scare people." 1-2 to Pence. He chased. Jose got him a good breaking ball down and away for Fernández. That's punch out number 3. So Pence has gone down on strikes twice. 1 out. Crawford still at second base for Joe Panik. I mentioned this series runs through Wednesday. The final game at 12:10 Wednesday. A Chevron Crazy 8s Wednesday. Fill up using Chevron gasoline and bring your receipt to the Marlins Park ticket office and choose between 2 Lexus Legends level tickets or 1 home plate box seat for just $28. Panik, the lefty hitter, takes a changeup low, ball 1. Chevron with Techron, care for your car. Panik was out due to a concussion, and it was a strange concussion in that he was hit by a pitch from former Ray, now his current teammate Matt Moore. Pitches outside in the ball. That was in a game at Tropicana Field on June 18th. The concussion symptoms didn't really kick in for about 10 days. Panik kept playing. But then the symptoms began to manifest themselves, and he wound up going on the disabled list, and he missed 23 games. Came back July 28th. 2-0 to Panik. The lefty hitter is down low, and it's 3-0. Jose missing with a curve. Panik hitting just 111, 4 for 36 since coming back. If you go back even further, hitting just 156 over his last 19 games. He was struggling before the concussion, struggling since. Here's Jose's 3-0, and that missed away. Kind of a get-me-over fastball, but he couldn't get it over. Ball 4. So 1-out walk, and with the number 8 man, Nunez coming up. Crawford's at second, Panic's at first for the Giants. If the season ended today, both these teams would be in the playoffs. Giants with a 1-game lead over the Dodgers in the National League West. The Marlins currently possess the second wild card spot in the National League. Dodgers have the first wild card. They're 3 games ahead of Miami. The Marlins are 1 game ahead of the Cardinals, 2 games ahead of the Mets, 3 up on the Pirates, and 4 ahead of those Rockies, who we just saw over the weekend. Miami taking 2 of 3 at Coors Field. In the division standings, the Marlins are 7 games behind the Nationals. 2 on, 1 out, and now time is called by the man at the plate, Eduardo Nunez. His 10th game as a Giant. He's 7 for 29 for San Francisco. He's had 1 big game for the Giants. Pitch on the way, and he takes a strike. Nunez started 2 for 20 in his first 7 games. Then on Saturday against the Nationals, he went 4 for 5 with a double, a couple of triples, scored 3 runs. Giants beat Steven Strasburg that night. He was 1 for 3 yesterday. 0-1, fastball outside and low. The ball on a strike. Pitcher Cueto's on deck. There's been a lot of traffic, a lot of men on base for the Giants against Jose in this one. He's thrown 60 pitches already with 1 out here in the 4th. And there's a line drive to center field. Ozuna comes on, and he'll make the catch shoulder high. The runners hurry back. Crawford to second, Panic to first. Well, it was sinking quickly, but Ozuna raced in, and he was able to get there for out number 2. So now if Jose can get the pitcher, he's out of the inning. Giants have left 4 men on base for the first 3 innings. They have really struggled in this second half with men in scoring position. One of the reasons why they're 6-15. If you go back over the last 10 games, they've hit just 170 with runners in scoring position. They were 1 for 9 yesterday in a game they lost 1-0 to the Nationals. Pitches high in the ball. Tanner Roark outdueled Madison Bumgarner. Wilson Ramos hit a 7th inning home run, the only run in the game. So spots like this have been tough for the Giants lately. 2 on, 2 outs. The 1-0 to Cueto. Ground ball right side. D can't get it. Base hit. Waved around third. Coming home Crawford. Stanton's throw right on the money. Realmuto the tag, and he is out at the plate to end the inning. Roberto Kelly taking a gamble at third base, sending the runner Crawford with the leadoff man coming up. And Stanton guns Crawford out 9-2 to end the Giants' 4th. To the bottom of the 4th, still no score. The Marlins and Giants on the Marlins Radio Network.
Up to Us Sports is a
I'm going to play some trivia with you here in the 4th inning. Our nightly Ford trivia question powered by South Florida Ford. Go further. Over the course of the last couple of weeks, we've had a lot of Ichiro 3,000 hit-themed questions. And even though Ichiro reached 3,000 yesterday, we continue along that line here tonight. Prado takes outside low, ball 1 from Johnny Cueto. Tonight's Ford trivia question. Ichiro yesterday became the 2nd player in history to reach 3,000 hits in just his 16th Major League season. There's a strike called to Prado, 1-1. Who is the only other player to get to 3,000 hits in 16 seasons? Tonight's Ford trivia question. 1-1 to Martin. Breaking ball from Cueto. That missed down and in. Well, the Giants were aggressive in bolstering their starting rotation this winter. They signed Cueto and Jeff Samardzija to big free agent contracts. And they added Matt Moore at the trade deadline from Tampa Bay. 2-1 fastball outside corner for a strike. 2-2 to Martin. The Johnny Cueto deal, 6 years, $130 million. 2-2 to Martin. And that one missed high. A fastball to take the count full. Jeff Samardzija got 5 years and $90 million. So $220 million for those 2 pitchers. 3-2 breaking ball bends outside, and Prado works a walk to begin the 4th inning. Just the 2nd Marlins runner of the night. First walk allowed by Cueto. And here comes Christian Yelich, a red-hot hitter who took a called 3rd strike in the 1st inning, a pitch that, if you can trust Fox Tracks, is actually off the plate. Yelich went 3 for 5, 2 doubles, drove in 3 at Coors Field yesterday. It was his 10th game of the season with at least 3 hits. He's hitting .412 in his last 8 games. Begins the night 4th in the league at batting at .324. 6th in hits, tied for 3rd in doubles. Yelly takes high on the ball. He's tied for 5th in the league in on-base percentage. Fourth in multi-hit games with number 38 yesterday against the Rockies. Prado at first is 1 for 2 in stolen base tries, but after fouling that ball off his big toe in Denver yesterday, you'd be surprised to see him in motion here, particularly with Cueto on the mound and Posey behind the plate. Both do a very good job at slowing the running game. There's a throw over nonetheless. Diving back Martin. Marlins baseball is on Fox Sports Florida all season long. From the first pitch to the final out. Catch Marlins baseball only on Fox Sports Florida, where Marlins fans live. No runs, 3 hits for the Giants. No runs, 1 hit for the Marlins. Bottom of the 4th. Lead of the lineup, trying to put Miami on the scoreboard here. 1-0 to Yelich is too far inside. That's ball 2. Cueto had thrown 6 pitches out of the strike zone in the first 3 innings. 6 out of the zone here among his first 8 pitches in the 4th. This is a 30-year-old from San Pedro de Macorís in the Dominican Republic, Johnny Cueto. Listed at 5'11", 220. 2-0 pitch to Yelich, a swing and a miss. Signed in March of 2004 as an 18-year-old with the Reds. Pitched 7.5 seasons in Cincinnati. Dealt to Kansas City just before the deadline last year. 3 current members of the Reds rotation going the other way in that trade. Brandon Finnegan, John Lamb, and Cody Reed. Then he signed a big free agent contract to become a Giant this past offseason. He pitched in the World Series for the Royals last year. 2-1 to Yelich is popped foul off to the left, back out of play. So Cueto in his 9th big league season, 109 wins, 73 losses, a career 3.24 ERA. His big year was 2012. He finished 4th in Cy Young voting behind R.A. Dickey, Clayton Kershaw, and Gio Gonzalez. Went 19-9 that year at 2.78 ERA, 217 innings, 33 starts. Bends the waist, holds his glove on his left knee as he stares in for the signal from Buster Posey. A long look in, and Yelich asks for time. When Cueto made his big league debut April 3rd of 2008 as a Red against the D-backs, he had a perfect game through the first 5 innings. It's a nice way to start your major league career. 2-2 to Yelich, is carved foul left side. Justin Upton led off the 6th with a home run. The only base runner Cueto allowed, struck out 10 and 7. First pitcher ever to strike out 10 with no walks in his major league debut. This year an All-Star for the 2nd time, 2014 and here in 2016. He started the All-Star game this year. Allowed home runs to a couple of his former Kansas City teammates, Eric Hosmer and Salvador Perez, within the span of 3 hitters in the 2nd inning. Then he was relieved by Jose. 2-2 to Yelich, outside, and the count goes full. Cueto tied with Jake Arrieta, 2nd in the National League with 13 wins. Steven Strasburg's got 15. Cueto wants a new ball. 3rd in the league in innings pitched, behind Madison Bumgarner, his teammate, and Max Scherzer. He's 10th in strikeouts, but he can move up to 7th with only 5 Ks here tonight. Leads the league with 4 complete games. 2nd to Clayton Kershaw with 2 shutouts. Kershaw has 3. The Giants have gone 17-5 in Cueto's starts this year, but they've lost the last 2 and 3 of the last 4. Like his team, a great first half, not as good in the second half. There's a throw to first, diving back to the bag safely, Martin Prado. He's the base runner with nobody out, counts full to Christian Yelich. Marlins trying to break the ice here in a scoreless affair, bottom of the 4th. At the All-Star break, Cueto was 13-1 with a 2.47 ERA in 18 starts. Since the break, 0-2, his ERA 4.18. 3-2, Prado runs, Yelich drives one to the gap, left center field. That's going to get down and roll all the way to the wall. Prado running well around 3rd base, racing toward the plate. The relay throw from Crawford is not in time. An RBI double for Christian Yelich, and the Marlins break out on top 1-0. For Yelich, he extends his career best with double number 32 and RBI number 64.
That is amazing that Martin Prado was able to score from first base on that sore left foot.
Well, he was running on the pitch. That gave him a little bit of a start, but I can only imagine, Dave, the pain he is in. You talked to him in the clubhouse after the game yesterday. I saw him when we landed in Miami at about 2 in the morning last night. And, boy, he was not feeling good. He was not moving well. But he just moved first to home. Now Stanton, same area. Line drive, left center field. That's down for a hit. Here comes Yelich, and it's 2-0 Marlins. An RBI single for Giancarlo. Back-to-back hits on back-to-back pitches. Yelich and Stanton. So 3 straight men have reached to begin the 4th inning. Prado a walk. He scored on the Yelich double. Very next pitch, Yelich scores and the base hit by Giancarlo. And now Marcell Ozuna, who grounded to the shortstop Crawford his first time up. Marlins breaking through against Cueto here. This is a pitcher who's averaged just over 7 innings a start. He's got at least 7 in 14 of his 22 starts this year. And he's only lost 3 games. Stanton first, held by Belt. Ground ball pulled foul left side. Strike 1 to the Big Bear, Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna's bat has quieted in recent days. He's 0 for his last 10 after an 8-game hitting streak. Didn't start yesterday in Denver. Ichiro got the start in center field. Ozuna pinch hit, went 0 for 1 against the Rockies. Cueto the 0-1, and that ran in and it got him. Hit by pitch. And Ozuna's going to take his base, the 4th consecutive Marlin to reach after 9 straight had gone down against Cueto. First batter of the game, D. Gordon singled, then 9 in a row retired. But here a walk, a double, a single, and hit by pitch. And here comes Dave Righetti, the longest tenured pitching coach in the big leagues with one team, out to talk with Cueto. Stanton down to second base. JT coming up with 2 on and nobody out here in the Marlins 4th. Chance for a big inning against one of the best, Johnny Cueto. His 3 losses this year: April 21st at home against the Giants, July 17th coming out of the All-Star break against the Padres, and then 11 days later, July 28th at home against the Nationals. From April 26th through July 6th, he went 10-0 and had a 2.18 ERA in 14 starts. But he's trailing 2-0 here in the 4th. Miami a chance to do some more damage. 2 on, still nobody out for JT, who struck out in the 2nd inning. Cueto recorded strikeouts 3 of his first 5 outs, but nobody's gone down on strikes since Real Muto in the 2nd. Runners lead from 1st and 2nd. Pitch on the way to JT, and that's hit foul off to the right for strike 1. We asked you our 4 trivia question. Ichiro, the 2nd player to reach 3,000 hits in just 16 Major League seasons. Who's the other? The all-time hit king, Pete Rose. Man who retired with 4,256 hits. Rose got to 3,000 in 16 years, just like Ichiro. Pitch is fouled off to the right. The difference is Ichiro didn't make his big league debut until he was 27. After the 9 years in Japan, no member of the 3,000 hit club started his major league career as old as Ichiro. 0-2 to JT, swing and a miss. Cueto logs a strikeout for first out here in the 4th inning. 2nd time he's gotten Real Muto. So that's 4 Ks. 1 out for Derek Dietrich, who lined sharply to span in center to end the 2nd inning. Marlins have 2 runs in here in the 4th inning. Stanton's at 2nd, Ozuna's at 1st. Dietrich, a lefty hitter. Lefties have a slight edge against Cueto. They hit .255 against him with a .668 OPS. Right-handers batting just .216 against him this year with a .573 on base plus slugging. Dietrich, a ground ball foul. Hits off the sidewall just beyond first base coach Perry Hill and rolls down the line. Marlins looking for their 30th home win. This is their 54th home game of the year. 2/3 of the way through the home schedule with this game tonight. If they can win, they'd be 30-24 here at Marlins Park. 0-1 to Dietrich is low on a ball. Remember, the Marlins started 1-7 at home this year. They've gone 28-17 since. Just 12-11 since the All-Star break. But they just won a series in Denver against the Red Hot Rockies team. Trying to beat the NL West leading Giants tonight. 1-1 is high. Dietrich laid off a fastball at 94 from Cueto. When the Marlins hit the All-Star break, they were tied for the second wild card spot with the Mets. Now, after going 12-11 in their first 23 since the break, they are all alone in that second wild card position. One game ahead of the Cardinals. 2 up on the Mets. Pirates 3 back. We'll see Pittsburgh in the next road trip. 2 on, 1 out. 2-1 to Dietrich. Pulled foul again right side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Marlins have 51 games to play, including this one, and just about half of them, 25, are against teams that are either currently in playoff position or at worst within 3 games of a playoff spot. They've got these 3 against the Giants. They've got 7 to play still against the Mets, 3 against the Indians, who lead the AL Central, 3 against the Dodgers. Right on the Giants' heels right now. 2-2 is in there for strike 3 called. Dietrich didn't like the call. Caught looking back-to-back Ks as Cueto tries to minimize the damage here in the 4th. It'll be up to Adeiny Echeverria, 2 on and 2 outs. Marlins have 6 left against the Nationals, including the final 3 games of the season at Nats Park. And they've got 3 on the next trip in Pittsburgh. So, again, in the final 51 games, including tonight, 25 are against teams that are, at worst, 3 games out of playoff position. Challenging schedule the rest of the way. Actually, for the Giants, it's even tougher. As Edge steps in and takes a strike. Giants have 51 to go, including tonight. 36 against teams that are playoff contenders. 3 against the Marlins. They play the Orioles. They've got the Pirates. They've got the Mets. 9 against the Dodgers still. 6 in L.A. The final 3 of the season in San Francisco. They got 4 at Chicago still. Bouncing ball to the second baseman. Up with it, panic, throws to first. And a nice rebound by Johnny Cueto. It could have been a lot worse for him in inning number 4. These Giants also have 6 games still against the Rockies and 4 against the
Brandon Belt coming up here for the Giants in the top of the 5th inning. Marlins have a 2-0 lead. Teams even in hits, 3 aside. And the first pitch to Span. That's over at a strike. And Jose started Span off with a breaking ball. Span, a left-handed batter and a speedster. Here comes Jose to the plate. Called strike, 0-2. Jose so far with 3 strikeouts. He's gotten Hunter Pence twice, Brandon Belt once. First of 3 with the Giants. Here's the pitch. And that's up high. Jeff was talking to you about the recent problems with the Giants. They were 2 under for the month of July, 11-13. 2-4 to start this month. Here's a pop up down the left side. This will be out of play behind the seats at third base. It made it up to about row 5 or 6. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Denard Span from Jose. Giants had a real tough skid. Here's a line drive, base hit to center field. Denard Span is aboard, and the Giants have now led off 3 of the 5 innings with hits. Crawford twice, and now Span. And here's Angel Pagani's 0 for 2. The Giants' big slide was from the 15th of July to the 29th. They lost 11 of 13 games. Now in their last 4, they've gone 4-4. Trying to recover. And you can be sure that on this final stop on this road trip that hasn't gone well for them, they're going to be bearing down against these Marlins. Pitch is low and outside and a ball. It's gotten a little too close for comfort for the Giants in the West with the Dodgers just a game back. Jose checks at first, delivers, and he misses outside with the fastball and gets behind 2-0.
You wonder how the Dodgers are doing it, having lost Clayton Kershaw, having had so many injuries, especially on the pitching staff. It's amazing they've been able to hang this close.
It really is. And I suppose part of that credit certainly has to go to Dave Roberts. Here's the 2-0 pitch outside and a ball. 3-0. There are those, Geoff, that you and I have heard say that they are a better team in the clubhouse, the dugout, and on the field without Yasiel Puig.
There are many who have made that statement. Yep. You know, they could tolerate some of Puig's shenanigans when he was putting up huge numbers a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's not putting those numbers up anymore, and the shenanigans far less tolerable.
3-1, the pitch on the way, and a ball lined right at Stanton. He comes in a couple of steps, has it. He thought about throwing to first base, but Span was getting back. And Pagan is out on a line drive to Giancarlo for out number 1. Span at first now for Brandon Belt, who has walked and struck out. Miccosukee Indian Village and airboat rides, long one of South Florida's most popular and unique destinations for residents and tourists. Check them out on Facebook or Instagram and hashtag Miccosukee Life.
For those who missed the transaction, right after the trade deadline, they tried to trade Puig. They couldn't, so they sent him to AAA Oklahoma City. And when they sent him down, there was no guarantee he'd be back, even in September when the rosters expand. They told him there are things they need him to work on, and if they see improvement, well, they contemplate bringing him back.
The pitch and a called strike.
That's a star that's fallen far.
Brandon Belt, left-handed batter, so the infield moves around to the right a little bit. Still at double play depth, and the pitch to Belt and a called strike at 96 miles an hour. Jose got that one over. Fifth inning brought to you by 5-Hour Energy Shots for the love of victory. It seems like every time that Jose goes out, he delivers a dose of energy to his teammates, to the fans. They love seeing him here. He loves pitching here. The pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3, he just put Belt away for the second time. And that's 4 strikeouts now on the night for Jose. 196, inching closer and closer to that 200 mark. Buster Posey has popped up and lined out to right. I mentioned this earlier, but if you were not tuned in at the time, Jose this season is 9-2 here, and in his career at Marlins Park, 26-2. Here's a ball driven in the air, right center. That is going to get down and bounce off the wall at the Miccosukee side. Coming to third is Span. He's been waved. The relay will not be in time. Span scores on a Posey two-base hit into right center. That is double number 25 for Posey. And the RBI is number 53. And the Giants are on the board now. This is a 2-1 game. Marlins 2, Giants 1. It's a big 2-out hit for Posey, isn't it? Brandon Crawford will be the batter. He's 2 for 2. Crawford with an infield hit in the second inning and a double to right center in the fourth inning. Bats again here in the fifth. The pitch, ball 1. So Jose has now allowed 5 hits. The Giants have out hit the Marlins 5-3. Marlins lead 2-1. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss. 96 miles an hour. The stuff is there. The location isn't always what it should be. And that's probably the number one reason why Jose has started to give up too many hits. In his last 2 starts coming into this one, in 11 innings, he had allowed 14 hits. The pitch swung on and missed. Now 1-2. The count on Brandon Crawford. The left-hand hitting shortstop steps out for a moment. And so far tonight, 5 hits allowed in 4 2/3. The 1-2 pitch outside and ball 2. That pitch at 98 miles an hour. Jose comes set, holding at the belt, delivers the pitch, and that hard slider is fouled off to the right side. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, and the Giants have Posey at second base. Well, the fans would love to see Jose get out of this here with the lead, and the Giants and Brandon Crawford looking for his 3rd straight hit off Jose in this start tonight and try to tie the game up. The pitch fouled, dribbled slowly toward first base. First base coach picks it up and tosses that off to a Giants fan down there behind first base. Wearing the Giants orange. I think he was looking to get on TV too. The Giants TV booth just off to our left. Wayne Kuiper and Mike Krukow working, and that fan looked right up at them with his fists up in the air. 3-2 to Brandon Crawford. Crawford slow to get back in there. This, of course, a big at-bat for him. A look back at the runner, the pitch. Crawford swings and chops one foul first base side. Picked up right near the bag by Derek Dietrich. Brandon Crawford with 10 home runs. Last one on the 2nd of this month at Philadelphia, Zach Eflin. 24 at-bats without a home run. Some people think that's a home run slump. The pitch to Crawford. Swing and a miss. He got him with the breaking ball. Crawford down on strikes. 5 strikeouts for Jose. And he strands Cueto. 2-1 here in the 5th. Jose bounced out to third his first time. Cueto delivers and a called strike. What does it mean when Geico says 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance? Cueto's pitch is low and outside. It means you probably should have gone to Geico.com 15 minutes ago. Jose now with 10, and to make it 9 hits on the season. Well, I can now say 10 hits on the season. Base hit up the middle. And Jose starts something here. He's now 10 for 39 on the season. Came into the season a little over 200. 243 coming into this game. Good hitting pitcher, Jose. 4 hits now off Cueto. The Giants will play at a double play depth with D. Gordon up here. Gordon with a hit and a steal and got left on base in the first inning. Tried to bunt for a hit and he fouled it off. 0-1. Grounded out the third in the third. The Dodgers play later tonight. I mentioned them. They'll be up against the Phillies in Los Angeles. The Dodgers hold the wild card 3 games ahead of the Marlins, but the Marlins hold the second wild card a game ahead of the Cardinals. Here's the pitch, and it's outside and a ball. 2 games ahead of the Mets, 3 ahead of Pittsburgh, and 4 now ahead of Colorado. Colorado playing Texas tonight. Cueto checking in to get the sign and work to D. Gordon. The pitch, swing and a miss. D was late on that. Breaking ball from Cueto. The Cardinals are hosting the Reds tonight. They're underway in St. Louis with no score. And the Cardinals, as I mentioned, a game behind the Marlins in that National League wild card race, and it's a race now. There's a pitch fouled back, and D. Gordon's momentum of that after that swing carried him across home plate. And he circles around the whole area and comes back into the left-hand hitter's batter's box. Giants in the road grays, Marlins in the home whites. Marlins up 2-1. Cueto is ready, and the pitch. And here's a bounding ball to the left side. Crawford goes to second to panic for one. On to first, not in time to get Gordon. So Jose is out 6-4. But with the speed of D. Gordon, he's able to prevent the double play. 1 out, 1 on. Martin Prado to bat. Popped up in the first inning, walked in the fourth inning. Cueto rests that glove on the just above the left knee, leans in to get the sign, and now straightens. There's a quick move to first base. D. Gordon is back. D's next steal will be number 12. Picked up his 11th stolen base in the first inning, and then wound up being stranded at first. Lenny Harris back on the coaching lines. He's at third base. Perry Hill down at first base. Here's the pitch. And a foul ball back our way. Nothing in one. Cueto keeping an eye on Gordon. Keeps checking over there even before getting the sign. Now straightens, comes to the plate, and he missed low. Martin playing with that sore left foot. He told me after the game yesterday that he has had more discomfort in his left leg this year with foul balls having struck him than any year in his career. That pitch is low and a ball. He pointed to 5 spots from the knee on down where he has marks this year, and still tenderness and soreness from balls being fouled straight down onto that front leg. He said he has never had a season like that in regard to that particular injury. Here's the 2-1. Low and outside. The other thing that shows you how insightful the players are that play this game. Prado is up there in the 6th inning. Yelich is on deck. And Yelich saw that they were setting up a play for the cutter, which is a ball that breaks in from a left-hand batter to Prado. And Yelich saw that from the on-deck circle. And at this particular time, the lefty Chris Russin was out there on the mound. And Yelich said to himself, Martin's going to get jammed. You can see the way they've set up. He was watching the catcher. And sure enough, Martin got jammed and fouled the ball off his toe. There's a foul ball back for Geff. Came up a little bit short. Not Geff, the ball.
I was ready.
At first base, D. Gordon. 1 out here in the 5th inning. 2-1 Marlins. Prado still at the plate. And we give a shout out to the Marlins medical staff. Getting Prado back out on the field tonight. He was hurting when that game was over yesterday. He had to come out of that game. We watched him trying to walk from the ballpark to the team bus. Well, there are 2 buses, the staff bus and the players bus. He was limping and having a tough time. Cueto deals and Prado pops another one foul. This one headed toward Geff. But again, not quite enough carry for that foul ball to get back here within his reach.
We need a net. We got to get a net up here.
Now, fans may be wondering, well, aren't you right there as well? Well, I am, but Geff's about 6 feet off to my right.
That was more in my zone.
So it's in his zone, these foul balls that Prado's hitting back here. Here's the 3-2, and Prado hits the ball to left field. He drives this ball deep toward the Clevelander. It is up and away. A line drive home run right into the seats of the Clevelander. Martin Prado with a 2-run home run, and the Marlins have a 4-1 lead.
So it doesn't hurt as much when you trot around the bases.
It makes it a lot easier. Easier than when he walked and was at first base and scored on the Yelich double in the last inning. Now he made it easy on himself here with a home run, and that's his 20th of the season.
A lot of players would not be in the lineup tonight. Prado's hit a 2-run homer. He's walked. He's scored twice. He's out there.
Yep. The pitch is outside to Christian Yelich. Prado's career high in home runs, 15 with Atlanta. Here's a high fly ball, deep right center off the bat of Christian Yelich. Up and away. Back to back, Prado and Yelich. 5-1 Marlins. Boy, he got a pitch and he didn't miss it. We're so used to seeing Christian Yelich go deep into counts. Well, he just jumped on that. And a 5-1 Marlins lead, and for Yelich, home run number 12. Anyway, I was saying that Martin's career high had been hit as a Brave, 15 home runs, which he passed a while ago. But his first big league 20 home run game, and counting. For Yelich, a dozen now. Dave Righetti out there. Makes his way back to the dugout. 5 runs on 6 hits for the Marlins. And back-to-back Prado and Yelich home runs. Giancarlo the batter, RBI single in 2 trips. The pitch is low and outside, and ball 1.
Second time Marlins have gone back-to-back this year. Ozuna and Stanton did it in the first inning, June 20th here against the Rockies.
Ball 1, no strikes. Cueto to the plate, and that's low and inside. Well, a good 5th inning here for the Marlins, and it's not over. Still 1 out, 2-0 on Stanton. Beware. Stanton with a bat and a count, 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing, ground ball, left side. Scooped by Crawford, thrown to first for the out. Stanton got a pitch he liked, 2-0, but Cueto liked the result. 6-3 for the out on Giancarlo. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Marcell 0 for 1 tonight, was hit by a pitch his last time. First time up, he grounded out to shortstop. Johnny Cueto has now allowed 12 home runs. Here's a ground ball to the left side. To his left, Eduardo Nunez gets it and throws Ozuna out at first base. 5-3. So some fireworks for the Marlins. 3 yesterday in Denver. JT Realmuto puts the target to the outside corner. And here's the first pitch to Hunter Pence, and it was away, and he chased it. Strike one. Pence has been up twice and struck out twice. Jose coming right back with the next one, and a ball popped off the end of the bat. Easy play for D. Gordon, drifting back into shallow right. He's got it, and Pence is out. That'll bring Joe Panic to the plate. 0 for 1 and a walk. Tomorrow night, here at Marlins Park, the Steals and Deals. You get deeply discounted tickets in just about every seating category. The Marlins will play the Giants at 7:10 tomorrow night. Marlins.com for details. The pitch to Joe Panic. And a called strike. That's the voice of Doug Eddings calling balls and strikes tonight. Marlins with this 3-game set with the Giants, a 12-10 game. So come on out for lunch and baseball at Marlins Park on Wednesday. First pitch, strike. And they threw an off-speed pitch. Might have been a slow curve for ball one. 1-1 the count on Joe Panic. Ball fouled back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jose's walked a couple. Panic once, Belt once. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Put him away. 96 miles an hour. So the strikeout's starting to build now. That's number 6 for Jose. He's at 198. So needs 2 more to become the 6th Marlins player to have a 200-plus strikeout season. 2 more would put him in good company. 200 would be as many as Al Leiter struck out in 1996. The pitch and a called strike. And it could well be, based on the way his strikeout rate has shown, that when this season is over, there'll be a new all-time single-season leader. Here's a foul ball back into the seats. Because the leader, and I think Geff mentioned this earlier, Ryan Dempster, who in the 2000 season struck out 209.
That's 1 or 2 starts away, really, for Jose.
Yeah. Here comes the 0-2 to Nunez, low and outside. By the way, with the Marlins scoring 3 in the bottom of the 5th inning, you can receive 50% off your entire online order tomorrow at papajohns.com. Use promo code Marlins5. Valid at participating South Florida Papa John's locations. The pitch is swung on and fouled. 1-2 to Nunez. 29-year-old veteran. Traded by the Twins to the Giants on the 28th of July. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and that's low. While Jose has allowed 5 hits, he's held the Giants to just 1 run. Here's the pitch, and that's low and outside. So even here at the midway point of the game, we can see his ERA coming down. He came into the game tonight at 2.87, and he's down to 2.82 right now.
He's also up to 98 pitches, so he may not have much longer in this ball game.
Jose in quest of his 13th win. The pitch is hit foul. This will go to the seats, off to the right and out of play. The top winner in the National League, Steven Strasburg, with 15 victories. And then Jake Arrieta and Johnny Cueto at 13. And Jose looking for number 13 here. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And a chopper foul kicked off his foot out into fair ground. But a foul ball. Strasburg has company. Jay Happ leads the American League with 15 wins. Here comes a 3-2 pitch. And a ball bounced past Jose out into center field, and a base hit for the number 8 batter, Nunez. That'll bring the pitcher, Johnny Cueto. Nope. It's going to bring a pinch hitter to the plate. This is Jose's old pal. Makes his home right here in Doral. And he's coming up against Jose to pinch hit in this number 9 spot.
Well, that's one of those situations where it's a tough call on the Giants side. Cueto is your ace. He's only thrown 75 pitches. They're going to have to get into their bullpen early tonight. Had Nunez made the last out of the inning, I mean, here you've got 2 outs, a man at first base. Not really setting the table for a huge inning necessarily. Had he made the last out there, Cueto stays in the game.
There's going to be a mound conference. JT's already out there, and here comes Juan Nieves. And he'll go out there to talk to him. In the game that Jose won here, returning from Tommy John surgery, July 2nd, 2015, a 5-4 win over these Giants. Gregor Blanco hit a home run off Jose in that game. Blanco will pinch hit here. He's batting .232, has 1 home run this season with 18 batted in, and off the bench for the Giants, 7 for 28.
Meanwhile, Jose's at 101 pitches now after that long at bat by Nunez and Hunter Cervenka, the newcomer. The lefties up in the bullpen. After Blanco, you've got lefty switch lefty.
With Nunez on, the pitch to Blanco is fouled away. Strike 1. Jose coming after him at 94 miles an hour. Gregor Blanco hitless in his last 10, just 5 for his last 38 since the All-Star break. That's over 19 games. He's hit 132. The pitch low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Second baseman Dee Gordon's back on the outfield grass on the right side. First baseman Derek Dietrich is holding the runner Nunez. The Marlins have a 5-1 lead here with the Giants batting in the 6th. The pitch to Blanco. Missed outside. 2 balls and a strike. So I would think that this will be the last inning for Jose. Could be the last batter. Next pitch will be number 105. That pitch is in there and a called strike. 2-2 from Jose to Blanco. Now, has Jose thrown more pitches? Sure. As recently as his start on the 23rd of July against the Mets, he threw 110. He's thrown as many as 117. That was at Washington back in May. There's a ground ball to first, and stepping on the bag after fielding the ball, Derek Dietrich, and that's all for the Giants. Gregor Blanco bounces out to the first baseman.
Not for him.
Just his 3rd relief appearance so far. He's given up a run on 3 hits in a 1/3 of an inning. JT has struck out twice, swings and misses here as he faces the veteran right-hander Jake Peavy.
This is his 15th big league season. Into this year, he pitched in relief only 1 time in 2011 as a White Sox. He's a former Cy Young Award winner with the Padres.
Peavy to the plate with the 0-1, and he missed low and a ball. Peavy pitched an excellent game against the Marlins back on the 23rd of April at AT&T Park and beat Jose Fernández 7-2. The pitch. And a fly ball down the right field line going toward the corner. Pence over to foul ground. Pence, the ball's out of play. Uncatchable. 1-2 the count on JT Realmuto. For Johnny Cueto, 5 innings, 5 runs earned on 6 hits, walked 1, struck out 5, and gave up the back-to-back home runs, Prado and Yelich, in the 5th.
I mentioned he's averaged more than 7 innings to start this year. The 5-inning outing matches his shortest of the year. 4th time he's only gone 5.
1-2 the count on JT. The pitch is low and outside. Cueto threw 76 pitches, 52 for strikes. So Cueto gone after 5 and gave way to the pinch hitter, and Peavy delivers and a ground ball to shortstop. Crawford has this, gets it over to first, and by half a step Realmuto's out. Derek Dietrich will bat. He's 0 for 2. He's lined out and been called out on strikes. Then Adeiny Echeverria. Started to tell you, Ron Wotus, Bruce Bochy's bench coach, is managing the club in this game tonight. A 55-year-old major league coaching veteran. A lot of experience in the minor leagues as well. There's the pitch, is low and a ball. Ron Wotus, a terrific baseball man. 29th year in the Giant organization. 26 seasons in the coaching ranks, and the last 18 on the major league staff. Wotus with 18 years in on the staff, and Dave Righetti with 16. Been around a long time with the likes of Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker.
Surprising you never hear his name mentioned as a possible manager somewhere.
Really, I think he's interviewed, but you're right. You don't hear much nationally about Ron Wotus being considered. 2-1 now to Dietrich as he swung and missed. Dietrich with a line drive to center in the 2nd and called out on strikes in the 4th. Marlins up 5-1 here in the 6th inning. Peavy's pitch and a missed inside. Thank you, Doug Eddings. We could hear Doug loud and clear. Ball inside. I don't know if it was that far inside, but
if he could read the drop-ins, we could go home.
Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it's fouled off over to the protective screen in front of the Giants dugout. And even the veteran Giants were ducking over there, not sure the ball was going to catch the netting, not taking a chance that it would tear him off the railing. Three and 2 now to Derek Dietrich. Peavy taking his time. He's like a statue out there, peering over the top of the glove, and finally Dietrich asked for and received time and stepped out. Now the pitch, the 3-2, and it's hammered into right center. That gets down toward the gap. It's going to be cut off near the warning track by Span. And standing with a double, Derek Dietrich. Double number 17 for D. That's going to bring Adeiny Echeverria to the plate.
And Mr. 3000 to the on-deck circle, and that's why the fans are getting excited.
So Jose's spot due up next, and Ichiro is out there. Oh, what a job by Span to cut that ball. Thought for sure that would get to the wall. It didn't. Etch has popped up and grounded out. Bats here with 1 out and a runner in scoring position. The Marlins looking for an add-on run here. The pitch, called strike. The Marlins generating some offense and making the most of 7 hits. Have scored 5 runs. Peavy deals, and that pitch is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. If you didn't hear us talking about it earlier, Bruce Bochy arrived in town for this series with his ball club, did not feel well. So they thought, as a precaution, let's get him into the hospital. They've run some tests. He's going to be just fine. Fortunately, on this trip, his wife Kim is with him. So he's got company as he watches tonight's game, and it is expected that Bruce will be released in the morning from hospital and will be in uniform and managing tomorrow night. That's what is expected. One and two on Echeverria. Peavy has indicated he wants Posey to go through the signs again. Now he looks back at Dietrich, looks a second time, kicks and delivers to the plate, and Etch swings and misses. Peavy's trying to hypnotize Etch, and I think he did. He struck him out. Peavy is a veteran. Here comes Ichiro, and he gets the Miami greeting. Let's listen. Everybody in the ballpark standing. Ichiro getting a big hand, collected his 3,000th hit yesterday.
Marlins announced today they will have a pregame ceremony to honor Ichiro on Sunday, September 25th. So I hope you'll make your plans to join us for that day as the Marlins and Miami salute Ichiro on the great accomplishment, 3,000 hits.
So Ichiro took his helmet off and waved to the fans all around the ballpark. Very appreciative of the gesture. A very warm reception for Ichiro. And they start the chant. Ichiro, here's the pitch. And it's low and a ball. He is currently tied with the great Roberto Clemente at 3,000 hits. Looking for 3,001 right here as Ichiro bats against Jake Peavy. Ichiro hitting .317. The pitch, a swing and a pop foul. This is back out of play off to our left.
Ichiro said he has retired the 3,000 hit bat. He's got a new bat he's using. He didn't want to risk continuing to use that bat and breaking it somewhere along the line, so he's put that one away for now.
And the fans start the chant again. Ichiro. 1-1. He's batting for Jose. Marlins up 5-1. A look back at Dietrich, the runner at second. Peavy now to the plate to Ichiro. Low and outside and a ball. Ichiro 11 for 43 as a pinch hitter. .256. The pitch. Outside. His 11 pinch hits are more than any other Marlin. Chris Johnson 6 for 26 pinch hitting and a couple of pinch hit homers. Justin Bohr with a pinch hit slam. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. That pitch boring down and in for strike two. Speaking of Justin Bohr, it was hoped that Bohr would be activated here at the start of this homestand. Didn't happen today. So it's still day to day with Bohr. Here's the 3-2. And a ball grounded to the right side. Up with it, Panic throws to first. Ichiro is out. Retired 4-3. The 3,000 hit man. The fans love seeing him here.
Congratulations to Ichiro on reaching 3,000. Being a teammate of him has been great the last couple of years, and I just feel proud of being part of this last couple of years with him.
That's Miguel Rojas sending congratulations to Ichiro on the occasion of his 3,000th hit yesterday in Colorado. And we welcome Miguel Rojas into the ball game now as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Rojas takes over at first base for Derek Dietrich, and Hunter Cervenka, the newcomer, the lefty, takes over on the mound. He'll face Span, a lefty, Pagano, switch hitter, and Belt, a lefty, here in the Giants' 7th. Marlins leading 5-1. Miami with 2 runs in the 4th inning, 3 in the 5th. Back-to-back home runs in that 5th inning by Prado with a man on, and then Christian Yelich. Denard Span's 1 for 3. He singled and scored the lone Giants run back in the 5th. Came home on a double by Buster Posey. Cervenka made his Marlins debut yesterday in Denver, and he starts Span off with strike 1. Cervenka was acquired in a deal from the Atlanta Braves on Saturday. Yesterday pitched the 6th inning at Coors Field. Set down the side 1-2-3, striking out Christian Adames. Once the Denard Span is taken a little bit high, a ball and a strike. Cervenka's a rookie. Big guy, listed at 6'1", 245. 26 years old. Making his big league debut this year with the Braves and now the Marlins. 1-1 to Span, is swung out and missed. This is his 52nd appearance, number 2 for Miami. Between Atlanta and the Marlins, 1-0 with a 3.09 ERA. Don Mattingly talked the other day about using Cervenka as that situational lefty. His job will be to get lefties out wherever it may be in the ball game. The Marlins haven't really had that situational lefty this year. Mike Dunn, the only lefty in the bullpen, and he was hurt for the first couple of months. Pitches fouled back. And Dunn, a guy who's given the Marlins full innings, a couple of innings at times, gets lefties and righties equally well throughout his career. Cervenka's job will be to get lefties in big spots in games. And what Mattingly was saying was you really haven't needed that situational lefty because the back end of the bullpen has been very steady for much of the year when you had Bearclaw in the 7th, Phelps in the 8th, AJ in the 9th. Then you added Fernando Rodney to that mix. And all those pitchers in the 7th, 8th, 9th, or with the addition of Rodney in the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, would pitch full innings, and they'd face lefties and righties. So you really haven't needed to match up. But now another weapon in Don Mattingly's arsenal, another tool in the tool belt. Counts 2-2 to Span, leading off the San Francisco 7th. Cervenka's pitch on the way, and Span checks his swing. He hits it foul into the seats beyond the third base dugout. Cervenka's worked a total of 35 innings this year, surrendering only 20 hits. 14 runs, a dozen earned. He's walked 23 and struck out 36, so just over a strikeout per inning. The walks are a little bit high, but he did a nice job in Atlanta. Now, Nick Whitgren, the right-hander, begins to throw on the Marlins pen out beyond the right field wall. Cervenka steps off, Span steps out. This is going to be the 7th pitch of this at-bat. Cervenka operates out of the stretch, even with nobody on from the third base edge of the rubber. 2-2 to Span, and it's popped foul off to left. He stays alive. Cervenka wears number 30 on the back of his home white Marlins jersey. He takes over for Jose Fernández, who went the first 6 tonight. Leaves on line for the victory. Jose allowed 1 run on 6 hits. He walked 2, struck out 6. For Jose, 106 pitches, 70 strikes. 2-2 again to Span. That's hit back up the middle. Etch dives, knocks it down, but he won't have a play. Behind the bag at second base, Echeverria somehow was able to get to that baseball. Terrific dive on the grass behind second base. But no play on Span as well as he runs. So an infield hit for Span to begin the 7th inning. He's 2 for 4 tonight. Now Angel Pagan, the switch hitting left fielder. You can unlock access to postseason excitement. Purchase tickets to 10 remaining home games this season and get priority access to purchase postseason ticket strips. Choose the 10 games of your choice. Packages start at $250. Go to marlins.com/postseason pack. Span held at first by the new first baseman Rojas. Cervenka to the left, looking right at him. And the pitch comes to the plate. It missed low, ball 1 to Pagan. But on the pitch to the plate, not a good read by Span. He was moving back to first base. Thought Cervenka was throwing over. Now the 1-0 to Pagan, and that caught the outside corner. Cervenka works deliberately. He was drafted by the Red Sox, 27th round in 2008. Coming out of Sterling High School in Baytown, Texas. Not far from Houston. Pitched in the minor leagues for the Red Sox. He was then traded to the Cubs in May of 2012. That pitch grounded foul off to the left by Pagan. And eventually he was released by the Cubs about 3 years later, in May of 2015. He was pitching independent league ball last year and pitching very well when a Brave Scout saw him. He's pitching in the independent Atlantic League. 1-2 pitch to Pagan is lined to right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Stanton over to the line to pick it up. Pagan slips rounding first base. Throw comes into second. Pagan back to first. And on the hit, Span goes to third. So the Marlins are up 5-1 in the seventh, but the Giants have something brewing now. First and third, nobody out for Brandon Belt. Get a lefty-lefty matchup here. Hunter Cervenka was pitching for the Sugarland Skeeters in the Atlantic League. Pitched in 8 games. 8 innings, a 4-hit shutout ball. He signed with the Braves. They sent him first to AA Mississippi, where he worked 4 scoreless innings, then to AAA Gwinnett, where he worked 16 2/3 innings, allowing just a single unearned run. Made a great impression this spring, and he made the ball club. Pitched to Brandon Belt with first and third, and nobody out. A fastball and a very defensive swing and a miss by Belt. Looked like he was crossed up there. A late half swing, strike one. Cervenka pitched 2 games at AA Mississippi to start this year, then to Atlanta in early April. 0-1 to Belt, pulled foul right side, 0-2. So if you add the Mississippi numbers to start this year to the numbers he put up at Mississippi and Gwinnett last year, pitching in the minor leagues for the Braves, he worked 23 2/3 innings, and he allowed a single unearned run. That was it. Then to Atlanta, now to Miami in the exchange made on Saturday. Met the team in Colorado Saturday night. 0-2 pitch to Brandon Belt, lays off a fastball down and away. 5 runs, 7 hits, and an error for the Marlins. 1 run, 8 hits, no errors for the Giants. But the Giants have something working here. Span at third, Pagan at first, nobody out. Belt has walked and struck out twice in the ball game, 0 for 2 officially. Cervenka the 1-2, and he rolls one foul, right side into the camera well, past the visiting dugout, the first base dugout here at Marlins Park. What does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes could save you 50% or more on car insurance? That means you probably should have gone to Geico.com 15 minutes ago. Giants' lone run came in the 5th inning. Miami 2 in the 4th and 3 in the 5th. Looking to even the season series up at 2 wins aside. There's a throw to first base. Back standing Pagan. Pagan 10 for 13 in stolen base tries. Our Hunter Cervenka profile presented by Bennett Auto Supply. They're the leaders in quality parts, reliable customer service. Visit BennettAuto.com today. Bennett Auto Supply, do it yourself, but not alone. Now the 1-2 to Belt, and that's inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cervenka takes his time out there. 2 on, nobody out. There's a 2-2 to Belt, and it's in there to right field, hit well. Back goes Stanton onto the track in front of the bullpen. He leaps, can't catch it. It's off the wall. Span scores. Pagan waved around third, and he's going to score on a double by Brandon Belt. The lefties get the new Marlins lefty, and it's a 5-3 game. The Giants pull within 2 here in the 7th. Now Buster Posey coming up. You got a lefty Crawford on deck, and you alternate here. Righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty. But that's a moot point with Cervenka unable to get an out. Don Mattingly's out of the dugout, and he wants Whitgren to face this very dangerous right-hander Buster Posey, who doubled home the first run back in the 5th inning. So Cervenka was perfect in his Marlins debut yesterday. Far short of perfect here in his Marlins Park debut as a Marlin here tonight. He faces 3 men, and he's done for the night. Whitgren coming on. We'll take a break for this pitching change. Top of the 7th at Marlins Park. Suddenly, things tightening. It's the Giants have a 1-game lead over L.A. in the National League West. Dodgers are in action tonight against the Phillies. And we can tell you that that game will get started a little under an hour from now out at Dodger Stadium. Julio Urias, the rookie for L.A. Zach Eflin goes for the Phils. You know, they're keeping tabs on this one. With Belt at second, nobody out, the pitch to Posey. Breaking ball from Whitgren drops in there for strike 1. As it stands now, the starters are the pitchers of record. Jose Fernandez's game to win, Johnny Cueto's to lose. But if the Giants come back and tie this one up, then it'll go to the bullpens. Tying man at the plate. Nobody out here in the 7th. The 0-1 to Posey. Loop foul off to the right. Tomorrow at 7:10, we'll see the lefty Matt Moore for the Giants. Right-hander Tom Kohler goes for the Marlins. And then Wednesday at 12:10, the series wraps up. A couple of Notre Dame alums. David Phelps for the Marlins. Jeff Samardzija will pitch for the Giants. Thursday, an off day. The White Sox here for the weekend. Look back at second. Now Whitgren in the 0-2, and Posey lashes it foul down the right field line, out of play. Buster Posey, 29 years old now, out of Leesburg, Georgia, Florida State. Giants #1 pick, 5th overall in 2008. In his 8th season, a 4th trip to the All-Star game this year. 3-time World Series champion. The 0-2 now to Posey, and that missed outside from Whitgren, a fastball 92 miles per hour. Giants have that every other thing working. They won the World Series, beat the Rangers in 2010, missed the playoffs in 2011. They beat the Tigers in a sweep in the World Series in 2012, missed out in 2013. In 2014, they won the World Series again, beating Kansas City. Line drive left center, down for hit for Buster Posey. Belts around third, he's going to score. It's a 3-run 7th for the Giants, and now the lead has shrunk to 5-4. 4 straight hits to begin this 7th inning. Posey's knocked in 2 runs. He's 2 for 4. Brandon Crawford has 2 hits tonight, a single in the 2nd, a double in the 4th against Jose. Then he struck out in the 5th. So after winning the World Series in 2014, the Giants last year went 84-78, finished 2nd in the West, 8 games behind the Dodgers. They missed out in October. It's been an every other year kind of thing for these Giants. This is the on year for them, if the pattern holds, as Crawford takes outside in the ball. 9 players have played for all 3 of the World Series winning teams for the Giants. 6 of them, 5 pitchers, remain with the ball club. Posey held it first by Rojas. The 1-0, that's a strike call. Madison Bumgarner, who will miss in this series, was on all 3 World Series championship teams. Matt Cain, who we also miss in this series. Reliever Santiago Casilla, lefty reliever Javier Lopez, reliever Sergio Romo, and Buster Posey. He's the one position player. Crawford fouls it off to left. He was on all 3 of those World Series teams, and he's still here. The other 3 the departed three, Pablo Sandoval, lefty Jeremy Affeldt, and Tim Lincecum, who was just designated for assignment a couple of days ago by the Angels. Looking to get his career back on track. Wittgren's jumped ahead. Let's see if he can put him away. The 1-2, he tied him up, and a check swing. Crawford did not offer it that fastball. 92, a little bit up, a little bit in. The Giants 3 runs here in the 7th, 4 in the ballgame. Only the Pirates have scored fewer runs since the All-Star break in all of baseball. 2-2 pitch. Crawford fouls it off to stay alive. Marlins up 5-4 in the 7th inning, and since Miami has scored 5 tonight, you can receive 50% off your entire online order tomorrow at papajohns.com. Just use promo code Marlins5 out of participating South Florida Papa John's locations. Bullpen quiet behind Wittgren. Posey, the tying man at first, nobody out in the 7th. 5-4 Marlins. 2-2 pitch. Crawford chops it wide at first. Rojas can't get it. It's into right field. Another hit. Posey turns it second. He'll go to third without a throw. That's 5 straight Giants hits to begin the 7th inning. Now they've got the tying man at third, the go-ahead man at first for Hunter Pence. And here comes Juan Nieves. Well, if the Giants tie this ball game up, it means no win for Jose. It'd be a no decision. Jose coming in had lost back-to-back starts within a single season for just the second time in his career. It happened back in April of his rookie year, 2013, against the Reds and the Twins. There's only been one time in Jose's career where, whether or not he got the decision, there's only been one time where the Marlins as a team have lost 3 consecutive Jose starts. That was between May 16th and May 27th, 2013. Home games against the Reds and the Phillies, and then a game at Tampa Bay. Marlins lead 5-4, but 3 runs are in, and the Giants have men at the corner. Still nobody out here in the 7th. And the always dangerous Pence, though he's scuffling lately. 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts tonight. Hunter Pence, 7 for 32 since coming off the disabled list. He missed 48 games with the right hamstring strain. Good run producer over the years. Tying man at third, nobody out, and Pence takes a fastball from Wittgren for a strike. Now the Marlins get Brian Ellington up. Now both Barraclough and Rodney pitched yesterday at Coors Field. Neither pitched Saturday. The 0-1 to Pence. Check swing, and he went too far. Fastball up and out of the zone. He chased it, 0-2. Both Barraclough and Rodney pitched on Friday. By the way, in case you missed the explanation of Don Mattingly post-game yesterday, I want to come back to Fernando Rodney closing it out at Coors Field yesterday. Save chance, no A.J. Ramos. We were surprised first to see Barraclough, not Rodney, get the 8th. 0-2 pitch to Pence. Just missed the outside corner. The umpires in the seats thought that Wittgren rung him up. We've talked over the course of the last couple of weeks about the fact that A.J. Ramos had jammed a finger on his pitching hand fielding a bunt on the last homestand. And we've seen him pitch several times since that injury. 1-2 to Pence is lined out to center field. Ozuna comes on. It falls in front of him for a base hit to tie the game. The Giants have scored 4 in the 7th. We're back where we began. 5-5. That's 6 straight hits to begin the inning. 3 against Cervenka, now 3 against Wittgren. And on the play, Crawford to second. That's the tie-breaking man. It'll go as a blown save, charge to Nick Wittgren. No win for Jose, no loss for Johnny Cueto. Cervenka faced 3 men, allowed 3 hits, 3 runs. Now with Crawford at second, Pence at first. Here's lefty hitting second baseman Joe Panik. 0 for 2 of the walk in this ball game. Panik's number is down dramatically from last year. when he was an all-star. And from 2014 when he was 6th in Rookie of the Year voting. He squares to bunt, gets it down third base side. It'll go foul. Strike one. Panik in his first 2 big league seasons hit .309 with a .364 OBP. This year, including the 0 for 2 and a walk tonight, Joe Panik is hitting .239 with a .303 on base percentage. It's down Roberto Kelly, who runs through the signals. Crawford, the tie-breaking man, is at second base. Pence at first. Nobody out still. Hunter Pence with a game-tying RBI single. A 6th straight hit. 4 runs in so far in the 7th for the Giants. There's a bluff towards second base. Whitgren spun around. The infielder's in motion. And with D. Gordon sneaking in behind the runner Crawford, Whitgren held onto the baseball. We've seen the Marlins try that pickoff play several times this year, including, I think it was just yesterday at Coors Field, where they start the defenders to defend the bunt, but they sneak the second baseman in behind the runner, try a pickoff. The 0-1 is bunted third base side. That's a fair ball. Prado's got it. His throw to first base will get there ahead of Panik, so the sac bunt goes 5-3. Giants runners move up to second and third. Now the newcomer, Eduardo Nunez, who has such a good series for the Twins against the Marlins in June at Target Field. Nunez acquired July 28th, 3 days before the deadline, for AAA left-handed pitcher Adalberto Mejia. The Giants' primary third baseman the last couple of years had been Matt Duffy. Duffy went to Tampa Bay in the Matt Moore deal, so Nunez comes over from the Twins. He's mostly playing shortstop, and he's now the primary third baseman for the Giants. Here's Don Mattingly with Nunez coming up. He is going to take Whitgren out of this ball game. It has been a disastrous 7th inning for the Marlins so far. Cervenka and Whitgren have gotten only 1 out. They want to know a couple of saves and a .313 earned run average. So here comes the former Twin and all-star this year, representing Minnesota and San Diego, Eduardo Nunez. He had broken into the big leagues with the Yankees. With 1 out, Crawford at third, Pence at second, and let's see where the Marlins are going to play the infield. They're going to be in at the corners. Prado even with the bag. Rojas off the line, maybe a step in front of the baseline. Back up the middle, Gordon and Echeverria. 5-5, top of the 7th. Nunez, right-handed hitter, facing righty pitcher Ellington. And the pitch on the way goes to the backstop. JT races back there, but he won't get a throw to the plate in time. It's a wild pitch. And just like that, it's a 5-run inning and a 6-5 San Francisco advantage. And Pence to third. Ellington's first pitch, 100 miles per hour, according to the scoreboard here at Marlins Park, but it went to the screen. It has been a complete meltdown by the Marlins bullpen. 1-0 to Nunez is popped up, foul behind the plate. That's going to make the seats.
We talked about this in Denver, Geff. Have a lot of young pitchers working in meaningful games at the major league level in August, something they've not experienced before.
Well, Mike Dunn and Nephew Ogando allowed 5 runs in 2 innings Saturday against the Rockies. Now the infield's in with 1 out. The 1-1 pitch, that's outside, ball 2. Fernando Rodney blew a save, allowed 3 runs in a third of an inning. That's a veteran pitcher. Friday night against the Rockies. You had the big A.J. Ramos meltdown against the Cubs at Wrigley on Wednesday. Many have contributed. 2-1 to Nunez. That's outside and ball 3.
No, you're right. They're not all youngsters.
No, but they are in the sense they were, I think you were going with it. They're all inexperienced in situations like this. They may not all be rookies. Several of them are, but many of them have never pitched in games this meaningful this late in the big league season. And that includes A.J. Ramos, the Marlins closer. 3-1 now to Nunez, and that's popped up on the infield. Near the mound, Echeverria takes charge, and he's got it for the second out. It's a big Ed Ellington coming back. And now we'll get a pinch hitter in the pitcher spot. This is going to be Connor Gillespie. Jake Peavy allowed a hit in a scoreless sixth inning, and suddenly he's sitting on a victory. Connor Gillespie, no relation to Cole Gillespie. He spells his last name differently. He's a .264 hitter in 68 games, 6 doubles, 2 triples, 4 homers, 17 batted in. Ellington's pitch sails outside, ball 1 at 98 miles per hour. Gillespie 7 for 32 as a pinch hitter with a home run, 4 batted in. Pence is at third, 2 down. 5 runs in here in the Giants' 7th. They have come from behind. They trailed 5-1. They now lead 6-5. Ellington, the high hold up near the letters. Now the 1-0, and it's fouled off to the left. Will Smith, another deadline pickup. Former Brewer, lefty reliever, loosening for San Francisco. Marlins have Gordon, Prado, Yelich, left, right, left, due in the 7th inning. They added a starter and a reliever at the deadline. The starter, Matt Moore. He'll pitch here tomorrow. The reliever, Will Smith, he'll pitch here. He would appear momentarily. 1-1 to Connor Gillespie. That's way outside, ball 2. 98-mile-per-hour fastball missing from Brian Ellington. With Ellington, no one's ever questioned his stuff. Controlling that stuff has been the problem. We saw it down the stretch last year when he made his big league debut. Had tremendous success at times when he was able to throw strikes. It was when he lost command of the zone that he got in trouble. That's what we saw from this spring. That's why he didn't make the team out of spring training. Many thought he would. 2-1 to Gillespie is hammered to center, racing back toward the home run sculpture Ozuna, and he'll get there on the warning track, 2 steps short of the wall. Ozuna makes the catch to finally bring this Giants 7th, the first 52 games, due to a sprained right knee that he suffered while changing his shoes in spring training. Here's D with the corner man in. Takes a breaking ball inside, a first pitch curve from Smith. Ball 1. Smith, a 3-pitch pitcher, a fastball, usually 92, 93, a slider, about 80, 81 miles per hour, and that curveball we just saw, usually 77, 78. 1-0 to D. Gordon. That ran inside. That was a fastball. It's 2-0. D singled, stole a base in the first inning, bounced to third in the third, reached on the fielder's choice, and scored a run in the 5th. Smith, the lefty, ready to go with Nunez creeping in at third. 2-0, and D swings through it. 6 runs on a dozen hits all of a sudden for the Giants. They had 6 hits through the first 6 innings, and then 6 in a row to begin the 7th against Cervenka and Whitgren. The 2-1, and Gordon fouls out of play left side. Fly ball will get into the seats down that line. Well, the Giants bullpen kind of middle of the pack in the big leagues this year with a 3.74 ERA collectively. Bruce Bochy's had to use those relievers a lot. They've got the 3rd most appearances of any pen in the league. 2-2 to D is low on a ball, but they've worked the 4th fewest innings of any bullpen in the majors. So he gets them in and gets them out in a hurry very often. He's also got a starting staff that leads the major leagues with 9 complete games. So there are a lot of nights they don't need those relievers at all. Counts full to D. Smith delivers, and Gordon bounces it past the mound, behind second base, and through a hit to center field. D at turn at first. He'll hang on with his 2nd hit of the night. So D. Gordon stays hot, and the Marlins have the tying man on, the speedster Gordon at first to start the 7th inning. Here's Prado, who has had a heck of a night tonight, playing in tremendous pain. He won't tell you that. We'll tell you that. After fouling that ball off his big toe in Denver yesterday, many players would not be in the lineup tonight. But Prado walked and scored in the 4th. He scored from first base on a Yelich double. Then he had a 2-run home run in the 5th inning. Didn't have to run quite as hard. Smith, the lefty, sets, looking right at D. D's stolen one base already tonight. Pitch to the plate, and Prado lines one over third. A base hit. He's done it again. Cut off in the corner by Pagan, but Gordon's going to third, trying for second Prado, and he just does get in there safely. So he's got a double to go along with his home run in the walk. And here come the Marlins right back. They're in business in the seventh. Second and third. Nobody out for Yelich. That's a hustle double by Prado again with that bad wheel. Lugging out that two-base hit. That's a big advance. It puts the go-ahead man into scoring position. It removes double play possibility. That was not an automatic double off the bat. If Prado wasn't running hard all the way, he's not going to make it. Probably wouldn't have even tried were he not running hard all the way. So here's Yelich, who has doubled and homered in the game. He's knocked in a pair. He scored twice. Had 3 hits yesterday. Shot at his 11th 3-hit game of the year. Second and third, nobody out, facing lefty Smith. Yelich takes strike one. First pitch curve. Stanton on deck. Crowd back into it. Now time is called by the second base umpire, Corey Blazer. Gordon, the tying man at third. Prado, the go-ahead man at second. Nobody out. Smith, the 0-1, and Yelich swings through a good slider. 0-2. D took about 3 quick steps toward the plate as Smith, the lefty, with his back to him, went into the motion. Yelich, 65 RBIs, including 2 tonight. 23 of them have been go-ahead RBIs. 0-2 pitch. He takes a breaking ball outside and low. Only Daniel Murphy of the Nationals has more go-ahead RBIs in the National League this year. He has 25. Yelich, 23. Yelich is 7-15 against the Giants this year with 4 doubles, a homer, 4 RBIs. Second and third, nobody out. Smith, the 1-2, and Yelich takes a breaking ball that bends too far outside to run the count even. Tried the slider again. Well, we saw it in Denver in the Friday night game when the Marlins led 1-0 into the 8th. Fernando Rodney gave up 3 in the bottom of the 8th. Marlins came back with 4 in the 9th to win that game 5-3. They've blown a lead here, a bigger lead at 5-1 tonight. A 5-run 7th put the Giants in front. Miami trying to come right back in the bottom of the inning. Smith, a 2-2 to Yelich. And it's ripped on a hot off the glove of the second baseman out into short center field. 1 run is in. Here comes a second. Yelich has a 4 RBI night, and the lead again belongs to the Marlins. They've come back to go up 7-6. A ball rocketed off the glove of the second baseman, Panic. A 4 RBI night for Yelich. He now leads the team in runs batted in. He's got 67, 1 more than Stanton. And Stanton's not going to face the lefty. So after Cervenka and Whitburn gave it up in the top of the 7th, it's Will Smith's turn in the bottom. And the Giants go deeper into their bullpen. Marlins 7, Giants 6. We'll take a break for this pitching change on the Marlins Radio Network.
Introducing Truly Spiked and Sparkling Water. It tastes like sparkling water, but with a refreshing twist. 5% alcohol, light fruit taste, simple ingredients, and 100 calories. Truly refreshing.
Hard Seltzer Beverage Company, LLC, Boston, Mass. Please drink responsibly.
Like the taste of fresh apples? Try an Angry Orchard Hard Cider. It takes 2 apples to make each bottle of Angry Orchard. Crisp, refreshing, and not too sweet. Angry Orchard Hard Cider. Branch out.
Angry Orchard Cider Company, Walden, New York. Drink responsibly.
Fish family. The Marlins have partnered with Eventbrite to create a new, cost-effective, and environmentally friendly way for you to get to the game. The Eventbrite.com app puts things right into your wheelhouse so fans can connect and ride-share to Marlins Park. Eventbrite lets you carpool with the nearest fans to share the cost of fuel and parking. Whether you drive or ride, enjoy a safe, convenient trip to the ballpark with other Marlins fans. Share a ride, save money, and the environment with Eventbrite. Go to Eventbrite.com to download the app today.
All right, hitter Derek Law is the next man out of the bullpen for the Giants. He's going to face Giancarlo with Yelich at first base. Nobody out in the seventh. Marlins have scored twice to take the lead back 7-6. Derek Law is a 25-year-old rookie. He'll turn 26 about 5 weeks from now, September 14th. He's a Pittsburgh native who actually came down in South Florida and went to Miami-Dade, the Kendall campus. 9th-round pick of the Giants in 2011. He's on for the 45th time this year. He's done a nice job. 4-1 with a save and a 2.14 ERA. 42 innings, 35 hits, and 10 runs. He's walked only 6, and he struck out 42. So he averages 9 strikeouts and 1.3 walks per 9 innings. This is a 4-pitch reliever. He's got a fastball, 93-94, a slider, mid-80s, a curveball, and every now and then he'll throw a changeup. Facing Stanton, 1 for 3, an RBI single in the 4th. Christian Yelich at first base after a go-ahead 2-run hit. He's matched his personal best with 4 RBIs tonight. Ground ball to short, first ball hitting. Crawford's got it to panic for one, back to first, and Law on one pitch gets 2 outs. Stanton grounds into a 6-4-3 double play. That takes some of the wind out of the Marlins' sails, doesn't it? 2 outs, nobody out for Marcelo Ozuna, who's 0 for 2, and he's been hit by a pitch. Marlins have Kyle Bearclaw loosening for the 8th. So that would tell you that either A.J. Ramos is again unavailable and Fernando Rodney would get the 9th, or maybe they're staying away from Rodney and A.J. would get the 9th. We won't know till we get there. And hopefully we do get there with the lead as Ozuna takes a curveball for strike 1. 75 miles per hour on that slow curve from the right-hander Derek Law. The 0-1 to Ozuna. Check swing. He went too far. Nothing in 2. That was a changeup. Mattingly said it's kind of a day-to-day thing with AJ. Some days he comes in and the hand feels fine. Other days he comes in and he tells the manager, I just can't go tonight. 0-2 to Marcel in the dirt. A ball and 2 strikes. Marlins led 5-1 until the Giants scored 5 times in the top of the 7th. Trailing 6-5. Miami's now scored twice here in the last of the 7th. Go back in front 7-6. Nobody on, 2 outs after the double play ball. And now Law steps off the mound. Ozuna stays in the batter's box, stays in his hitting stance. Now Law ready. The 1-2. And that's hit foul back in our direction. A little bit off to our right. Falo and Yiki were ready. Falo almost had the souvenir next door. He was ready. I give him credit. Landed just beneath them. They're getting closer as this season goes on. 1-2 to Ozuna. That's in there. Breaking ball. Strike 3 called. Got him looking at a curve. So what a job by Law after Smith allows 2 in the 7th. We go to the 8th. Marlins back on top. Miami set out a run. Only 3 hits, 3 walks, 11 strikeouts, and 8 innings of work. If you go back to the beginning of the month of July, in his last 17 games, he's got a 2.08 ERA. Opponents hitting 138 against him. Overall this year, Bearclaw 6-2, a 276 earned run average. This will be appearance number 53. He's going to face the top of the order. Span, Pagan, and Belt. They're the 3 who got things going in that 5-run 7th. They're coming up again here to start the 8th. With more than 60 years of family fun, Bird Bowl has nightly specials. They've got bowling, billiards, arcades, something for everybody. Just off the Palmetto on Bird Road. Bird Bowl, eat, drink, bowl. 7-6 Marlins as we begin the 8th tonight. These teams have played a lot of nail-biters in recent years. And we've got another one here tonight. At 5-1, we thought maybe not. Pitch from Bearclaw to Span is taken a little bit low, ball 1. Over the last 6 years, the Marlins have gone 22-15 against the Giants. They've won 4 of the last 5 season series. Of Miami's 22 wins in that span, 13 have come by 1 or 2 runs. 1-0 to Span is outside the ball. Marlins and Giants have played 13 previous games here at Marlins Park, which opened up in 2012. 10 of those 13 games have been decided by either 1 or 2 runs. Marlins are 7-6 at home with wins in their last 4 straight against San Francisco. Swept the Giants here last year. 2-0 pitch to Span, and that's too low, ball 3. Bearclaw missing at 96. So 3 in a row out of the zone. Bearclaw is a wide one away from putting the speedster on, representing the tying run here in the 8th. 3-0 to Span. That's a strike at the knees. With Bearclaw, the key is to keep the ball down. When he gets up, that's when he tends to get in trouble. You can say that about so many pitchers, though. Blown save for Will Smith, even though it wasn't the 9th inning. 3-1 now to Span, and that's downstairs, ball 4. Missed with a fastball at 97. So here we go again. Tying man's on to start the 8th. For Angel Pagan, a single and run scored in the 7th. He's 1 for 4 tonight. And JT immediately out to talk with Bearclaw, try to calm his right-hander down. Bearclaw is in his 2nd big league season. Saw him make his major league debut last year. Got into 25 games. This is his 53rd appearance of this season. Last year, 2-1 at 2.59 ERA. This year, 6-2 with 2.76 earned run average. This year, he's averaged 14.5 strikeouts for every 9 innings of work, but he's averaged 5.9 walks per 9. Now, walk rate is down from last year when he averaged 6.7. Like Ellington, had a hard time throwing strikes in the spring, and he was sent out early. Didn't start the year here. Came up in late April, and he's been a workhorse. Throws to first. Span dives back. Denard Span has stolen 11 bases this year, caught 5 times. JT has thrown well behind the plate this year, but he's in what I guess you would call a throwing slump lately. For the season, he's thrown out 38%, one of the better rates in the National League, but he's thrown out only 1 of the last 13 who've tried to steal against him. Pitch to Pagan is outside in the ball. Now, it's not always all on the catcher. We always point that out. Pitcher's got to do a good job holding the man, keeping him close, getting to the plate quickly, giving the catcher a chance. But AJ started out by throwing out 16 of 32, a 50% success rate. Since then, he's 1 for 13. JT, I think I said AJ. I meant JT. There goes the runner. The 1-0 pitch is in there for a strike. The throw's on a hop, and Etch can't get the tag on in time. He had to spin around to his right, away from the oncoming runner to field that ball. And by the time he got the tag on the foot of Span, he's in there safely with his 12th steal. So make it 1 for the last 14 for JT Realmuto. And the tying man's in scoring position with nobody out, with Pagan at the plate. Scoreboard says 2-0. That last pitch was called a strike by Doug Eddings. It should be 1-1. And now Doug Eddings holding those fingers up, trying to make the scoreboard operator aware of that. And he got the message. Span out at second base, looking around to see where the outfielders are positioned. Bearclaw comes set. The 1-1 to Pagan. A little bit low. Did he go? No. They appeal to third. Jeff Nelson says no swing. First of 3, the Marlins and the Giants. It's been Donnybrook. The Marlins led 5-1. Giants scored 5 in the top of the 7th to grab the lead. Miami came right back with 2 in the bottom of the inning to take the lead back, 7-6. Look back at second by Bearclaw. Now a second look. And a kick and a fake towards second base to try to keep Span close. Want to shorten his lead. Not necessarily because you think he's going to try to steal third here, but by cutting down on the lead even by a fraction of a step, you might have a better chance of throwing him out at the plate on a base hit to the outfield. We've already seen Stanton throw one man out at the plate. How big does that play look now? There's a pickoff play with Etch darting in behind the runner. Throw sailed on Bearclaw a little bit off to the first base side of the bag. Etch came down with it. Span back in safely. Span's on base for the third time tonight. He's already scored a couple of runs. He's at second, nobody out. Pagan is 4 for 12 against Marlins pitching this year. He's driven in 3 back in San Francisco in April. Giants won 2 of 3. They won the first 2. Bearclaw checks the runner. Now the 2-1, and Pagan takes down and in. That's ball 3. Pitch hit the dirt, short hop by Real Muto. They'll take that ball out of the game. Bearclaw's thrown 9 pitches, only 2 strikes so far. Pagan is the go-ahead man with Span the tying man at second base. 7-6 Miami, top of the 8th. Bearclaw, deep breath. Now the 3-1, and that's way outside. Missed at 97, back-to-back walks. So now the go-ahead man's at first, and here comes Brandon Belt, who hit a 2-run double to really ignite that 5-run 7th. Here comes Juan Nieves out to the mound. No, Jose Fernández, 6 strong innings, 6 hits and a run, 2 walks, 6 Ks. Left on line for a win. He'll settle for a no decision tonight. Then the rookie Cervenka faced 3 men, allowed 3 hits and 3 runs. The rookie Whitgren got 1 out, allowed 3 hits, 2 runs. Ellington in his second year able to escape the 7th. He's on line for a win right now if this 7-6 lead holds up. But Kyle Bearclaw has immediately put himself in a bind by walking the first 2 he's faced. Span and Pagan. Now here's Belt, who knocked in his 56th and 57th runs of the season with a double back in the 7th inning. JT out in front of the plate to flash some defensive signals. Posey's on deck. He's knocked in 2 in the game, a single and a double. Lefty hitter Belt facing the right-hander Bearclaw. Look back at second, the pitch, and he takes a slider down and in, ball 1. It's 11 pitches now, only 2 strikes from Bearclaw. Fernando Rodney is standing in the bullpen, not throwing. Checking the runners, the 1-0. And Belt had a good swing, fouled it back. Both bullpens quiet at the moment. Marlins 7, Giants 6. 2 San Francisco men aboard. Good speed, Span at second, Pagan at first, nobody out. A lot of late action in this game. Bearclaw long look back at second. And now time is called by Belt as Kyle took too long. Span was dancing around off the bag a little bit. Got Bearclaw's attention. Outfield deep, more or less straight away for Belt, lefty hitter. The 1-1. That missed outside at 96. Belt, the Giants' number 3 man in the lineup. They have really struggled with the 3-hole. Usually you see your best hitter hitting third. Giants have used 11 different 3-hole hitters this year. They've got very little production out of this spot. 2-1 to Belt is in there. Slider, strike 2 called. You think back over the years, Willie Mays, Will Clark, Barry Bonds, Jeff Kent, great 3-hole hitters for the Giants. This year, their 3-hole hitters are 27th in baseball in batting, 20th in OBP, tied for last in slugging, 29th in OPS, last in homers, last in RBIs. 2 on, nobody out. Now Bearclaw steps off. And Brandon Belt has a 2-run double in this game. 1 for 3 with a walk. But this 3-hole has kind of been a dark hole for Bruce Bochy. 2-2, and Belt pulls it foul into the San Francisco dugout. Quickly, JT out to the mound to deliver a new baseball and some words of encouragement for Bearclaw. Marlins are cruising along with a 5-1 lead until the top of the 7th. Giants scored 5. Miami took the lead back with 2 in the bottom of the 7th. Now the Giants trying to answer in the 8th. Back-to-back walks have met at first and second with nobody out. 3-hole hitter Belt awaiting a 2-2 from Bearclaw. Here it comes, and Belt a swing and a miss. He got him on a slider. That's the first out, an unproductive out. Runner still at first and second. And now Buster Posey. Posey, the 29-year-old, came in batting .344 in his last 9. Tonight, 2 for 4. An RBI double in the 5th, an RBI single, and a run scored in the 7th. He's a 293 on the season. Another dangerous man, Brandon Crawford, on deck. Bearclaw to Posey. Breaking ball, strike call, 0-1. That was left up in the zone. But Posey stepped away from it. Fell in there for a strike. And if you're thinking homer, Buster Posey has not gone deep in his last 19 games, his last 69 at bats. Perish the thought. Gordon dances in behind Span at second base. Now time's called. Posey's last home run July 16th in San Diego off Kevin Quackenbush. I don't really tell you that because I like saying Quackenbush. Crowd comes to life. 2 on, 1 out. Would love a double play ball. Bearclaws 0-1 to Posey. Hit foul over the net into the seats just off to the first base side. Well, with a couple of all-stars, Cueto and Fernández starting this game, might not have expected 13 runs and 22 hits. Jose did his part. Cueto had a rocky outing by his standards. Last only 5 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs, couple of homers. Back-to-back, Prado and Yelich in the 5th inning. The bullpens have struggled on both sides. 0-2 to Posey. Slider in the dirt. Good smothering stop by Real Muto. Like a hockey goalie, going to his right, dropping to his knees and thrusting his body forward to make sure that ball didn't get past him. Giants have Span, the tying man, at second. They've got Pagan, the go-ahead man, at first. Both run well. Pagan not quite the runner he was a few years ago with all the injuries he's endured, including a hamstring strain this year. Bearclaw checks the man at second twice. 1-2 to Posey. Ran in tight. Nearly hit him. A fastball at 95. That got Posey's attention.
Maybe that'll get him off that outside edge of the plate.
Come back that slider?
Yeah, maybe he's going to come back now with a slider for a strike. Threw that one in the dirt, and what you described, Rim, you don't making a great play. But he's got that strike slider.
Yep. Posey, the right-handed hitter, has collected himself. He digs back in. Runners lead for first and second. The 2-2. It's another fastball, a swing and a miss. Well, if he was thinking slider, he couldn't catch up to 95. So Bearclaw struck out Belt, the number 3-hole hitter. Now Posey, the cleanup man. There are 2 outs, and they'll go after Brandon Crawford.
And I'll bet he was thinking slider, just like I was.
You both would have struck out. If you're looking for that slider, 82, 83, and you get 95, you got no chance.
No.
That's why when Bearclaw's in the strike zone, he's so tough. Now, Brandon Crawford is 3 for 4 tonight. 2 singles, a double, and a strikeout. He scored a run. Lefty hitter facing the righty Bearclaw. 2 on, 2 outs now, and Crawford takes strike 1. First pitch slider. Crawford had not been hot coming in, hitting 194 over his last 20 games. But 3 hits in this one. Giants had first and second, nobody out. Now first and second, 2 outs. The 0-1 to Crawford is looped out toward right, coming on Giancarlo, and he can't get it. Picks it up on a hop. 1 run's going to score, and we're tied at 7. Crawford dunked it in front of Stanton, his 4th hit in the ball game. Span scores from second, Pagan to third with the go-ahead run. Just when you thought Bearclaw might sneak out of the inning.
It is so hard to pitch around leadoff walks, let alone a pair of leadoff walks.
So like Nick Whitgren, Bearclaw will be charged with a blown save. And now here's Hunter Pence. Pence had the go-ahead RBI single in the 7th inning. And a chance for another go-ahead hit here. 7-7 with Pagan at third, now Crawford at first. A 4-hit night for Brandon Crawford. Crawford, by the way, despite his recent struggles, last year an All-Star, a Silver Slugger Award winner at shortstop, and a Gold Glove Award winner at shortstop. Took the Gold Glove away from Anderson Simmons and Danny Echeverria, the other finalists. Pitch to Pence is in the dirt. Again, a good smothering stop by JT. First pitch slider. Juan Nieves on the phone down to the bullpen. Reed Cornelius took the call, and let's see who's getting up. Mike Dunn. 1-0 pitch to Pence. He went that time, I think, didn't he? It was a slider down and away. And now they appeal, and Laz Diaz says no swing. I thought he definitely went around. 2-0. Bearclaw 25 pitches, 14 out of the zone. Here's the 2-0 to Pence. That time he definitely swung, didn't he? Yes. Another check swing. They appeal this time. Laz Diaz says it's a strike. So Pence,
he might have gone further the first time.
I think you're right. Pence has seen 3 consecutive sliders. Panic a lefty on deck. If it gets to him, we'd probably see Dunn as long as he's loose in time. Runners at first and third, 2 down. There goes the man from first. The 2-1 pitch is taken for strike 2. There'll be no throw. So add Crawford's 4th stolen base to his 4 hits. 4th of the season. 4 hits in the game tonight. And I'm at second and third. A base hit could score 2. 2 outs. They're running a contact. Counts 2-2 to Pence in a 7-7 game, top of the 8th. Bearclaw ready, delivers, and Pence swings and misses. He chases a slider. JT picks it up, throws to first to complete the strikeout and get the Marlins out of the inning. But Brandon Crawford's 4th hit, an RBI single. We're all even again to the bottom of the 8th. Now 7-7, the Marlins and the Giants on the Marlins Radio Network. Tigers, over the years, a total of 80 big league saves, 38 of them when he was an All-Star in 2013. He's on for the 18th time this year. He's dealt with some injury issues. 1-0, a 4.15 ERA, 13 innings, 11 hits, 6 runs. He's left 4 homers, walking 2, striking out 9. Had a flexor tendon strain that's cost him a good chunk of this season. In a 7-7 game, Realmuto leads off 0 for 3, 2 Ks, and he takes strike 1. First pitch slider from Sergio Romo. Romo throws that slider a lot. In fact, he throws it much more than he even throws his fastball. Every now and then he'll show you a changeup. Mostly a slider fastball pitcher. Throws the slider almost 2/3 of the time. 0-1 to JT. Another slider grounded through the left side. And the Marlins have the leadoff man on in the 8th. Here we go again. JT, his first hit in the game. Came in 9th in the league, batting .316. Now Miguel Rojas. Now, if the Giants were to sleep on Realmuto, he can steal a base. He's got 10 steals this season. Tied for the most ever in a season by a Marlins catcher. He's got 18 career steals. JT, by the way, is it safely in 11 in a row now. Rojas hitting for the first time in the game. Came on defensively for Derek Dietrich in the 7th. What's happened since then? There's a spin and a throw to first base. JT wasn't that far off the bag. Rojas batted twice coming on off the bench from Denver yesterday, and he twice reached on errors in the game. Hitting .257, 9 doubles. He's knocked in 12. Chris Johnson's got his helmet on, got a bat, taking some practice cuts in the dugout. Pitch to Rojas. He showed bunt, pulled the bat back, and looked at a strike. Now Johnson has taken the helmet off, and he's carrying his bat down, it would appear, toward the tunnel at the far end of the dugout, where he could take some more swings, hit some balls into a screen. Get ready for possible pinch hitting appearance. You've got Etch on deck and then the pitcher spot. We've already seen Ichiro. Marlins don't have any lefty bats on the bench. They've got Johnson and Mathis. That's it. There's another soft toss to first base. Both of these teams carry an extra relief pitcher, so only 4 on the bench for the Marlins, only 4 on the bench for the Giants. The Giants have used 2 of their 4 so far. Marlins have as well. Third baseman Nunez is in on the grass, anticipating a possible bunt. The 0-1, he bunts it foul, strike 2. Seven runs, 13 hits for the Giants. 7 runs, 11 hits for the Marlins. Of the 14 runs in this game, 8 have scored in the last inning and a half. Giants with 5 in the top of the 7th go up 6-5. Marlins with 2 in the bottom of the 7th to take the lead back at 7-6. And then the Giants tied it with a single run in the 8th against Kyle Bearclaw. We've had 3 blown saves in this game already, 2 by the Marlins. 0-2 to Rojas. He bunts it right in front of the plate. Posey quickly to second. That's 1. Back to first. That's 2. A bad bunt. And the double play goes 2 to 6 to 4. Just like that, 2 outs, nobody on for Echeverria. With 2 strikes, he was under pressure to get that bunt fair, and it rolled right out in front of the plate. Posey was on it in the blink of an eye. That was easy. Echeverria's 0 for 3. He's at safely at 8 straight. Season high. And it's low on a ball. Chris Johnson moved out on deck. Marlins have Fernando Rodney loosening for the top of the 9th. So that tells you he is the Marlins closer tonight. And at home in a tie game going to the top of the 9th, you generally bring your closer in. 1-0 pitch to Etch. That's inside the ball. Mattingly has said on nights where AJ is unavailable to close, in an emergency, the situation is such that he could use him if it absolutely got down to some sort of a crisis situation. But it's apparent that AJ, for the 2nd game in a row, is not available for the Marlins. So Fernando Rodney is in that closer's role, and looks like he'll get the top of the 9th either way. In a tie game still, or if the Marlins can take the lead. Go to Etch is ripped out toward left. And coming on to make the catch, Pagan, to end the inning. Well, it started promisingly, a hit from Realmuto, but then yesterday,
and a 6.06 ERA. He worked a 1-2-3 9th in the Marlins' 10-7 win yesterday at Coors. Conley over Gray. Game that featured Ichiro's 3,000th hit. A triple in the 7th inning. Marlins had to struggle with the Rockies to win that one. Well, 7-7 in the 9th, and here's Rodney ready to pitch to Panic, and it's low and a ball. Fernando Rodney making his 7th career appearance against the Giants, 1-0 record, 1 save out of 2 opportunities. The pitch is low and a ball, pitching in a tie game here in this 9th inning. Came to the Marlins from the Padres June 30th. Marlins sent minor league pitcher Chris Paddock to the Padres. Rodney deals, misses again. Ball 3. walks have hurt the Marlins tonight. 3-0. Rodney deals. Missed way inside. He wasn't close. And it's a 4-pitch walk to get the ninth underway in a tie game. Eduardo Nunez will bat. He's 1 out of 4. Marlins at the end of 5 innings of play had a 5-1 lead. Then the 5-run, 6-hit 7th for the Giants. Made it a ball game, and here we are tied up in the 9th at 7. Nunez, veteran, right-hand batter. Rodney delivers. There's a cold strike on Nunez. Nunez playing in his 10th Giants game. 8 for 32 with the Giants. Taking a look at the third base coach, Roberto Kelly, who just went through some signs. Panic 5-0 in stealing bases. Steps off his lead at first base. Draws a throw from Rodney, and Panic dives back to the bag safely. So this game has featured 14 runs and 24 hits. 13 of those hits belong to the Giants. The pitch, and it's taken low. He was looking to bunt. Did he offer at it? I guess he did. Strike 1. No, he didn't. Just the ball strike indicator was late in registering that. Rodney's pitch. Swinging away. The ball is popped up out into center field. Medium center. Ozuna's there. He's got it. Nunez is out. That's 1 down with a runner at first. Arianda is a switch hitter, so he'll be batting left-handed here against Fernando Rodney. And the Marlins have the infield at double play depth. This switch hitter's gone 5 for 16 in 12 games with the Giants. There's a throw to first base, and again, the runner dives back safely. Joe Panic. Arianda had a fractured left foot and missed 95 games. He was out from the 15th of April until the middle of June. Pitches in for a strike, 0-1. Straightaway stance, left-handed batter. And the Marlins hoping for a double play ball. Here's the pitch. That's down and in. And 1 ball and 1 strike. Adrianza. Roof and the windows closed for the game. Boy, a lot of thunderstorm activity in the area prior to the game. We couldn't see the skyline looking out through those windows. 1-1, the pitch on the way. Strike on the outside. Adrianza started to chase that, and then he checked his swing, and it cost him. 1-2 from Rodney to Adrianza. So far tonight, the Giants pinch hitters are 0 for 2. Blanco and Gillespie. And here's the 1-2 pitch, and it's pulled to first base. Up with it. Rojas down to second. They get the lead runner. Out number 2. Adrianza is on the fielder's choice. Rojas to Echeverria for the out at second base. 2 down. Go ahead, run at first base for Denard Span, and he has been on base each of his last 3 times up. A single and a run scored in the 5th, a single and a run scored in the 7th, a walk, a leadoff walk, and a run scored in the 8th. Denard Span, a 32-year-old veteran who's caught fire with the bat into the game at 262, but The last 22 games coming in, he'd hit .318. And he's got 2 for 4 tonight with a walk and scored 3. He's also got a stolen base, his 12th of the year. The pitch to Span. Swing and a miss. Changeup. Span looking for something else, well out in front. Denard Span, who was born in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., played for the Nats 2013, 14, and last year. And then became a free agent and signed in January with the Giants. He broke in with the Minnesota Twins. He's had some really good years. Good defender. The pitch called strike. Rodney gets ahead 0-2 with 2 down. Nothing and 2. Denard Span, whose rookie year was 2008. The Minnesota Twins. Rodney trying to finish off this the top of the ninth and deliver it to the bottom of the ninth. There goes the runner. The pitch is outside. The throw by JT and the tag out at second base. Terrific throw by JT. He had to make up for some time. Pretty good jump there by Adrianza, and he's thrown out at second base. We will go to the bottom of the ninth in a 7-7 tie at Marlins here. And Chris stands in. Right-hand batter, right-hand pitcher. The pitch and a called strike. Caught the outside half of the plate. Chris Johnson batting .230. 4 homers, 19 batted in. As a pinch hitter, 6 for 26. 2 of those 4 home runs are pinch hit homers. Here's a ball rocketed into the air, fairly deep right center, but the center fielder has a beat on this. Denard Span back there to make the catch. Johnson is out. Here's D. Gordon. Haven't seen an inside the park home run in a while.
D hit one against the Giants last year.
Be fun to walk it off that way.
Be a great way to walk it off.
D is 2 out of 4 tonight. He scored 2, and here's the pitch to him, and he fouls it off at the plate. A reminder that Marlins baseball is on Fox Sports Florida all season long. First pitch to the final out. Catch Marlins baseball on Fox Sports Florida, where Marlins fans live.
I thought an inside the park home run would have been a great way to celebrate 3,000 hits yesterday. I thought for a split second
he would think about it.
When that ball came off the right field wall as hard as it did, I thought he had a shot. Happy with the triple, though.
0-1. Strickland's pitch. Low and outside to D. 98 miles an hour from Strickland. A ball and a strike. We're tied at 7, so the Marlins need to get somebody on base. This would be the perfect guy. The pitch is outside and a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. Strickland has never faced D. Gordon. He comes set. Well, you got to be ready for the heater with him, that's for sure. The pitch, and that missed a little bit high and away at 98. Three and 1. Sometimes it takes a while for the pitchers with this kind of gas to really get the fastball consistently in the strike zone. Remember when Aroldis Chapman first started pitching at the major league level? He had trouble with command.
He's figured it out.
He sure has. Here's a 3-1 pitch. And a little chopper out in front of the plate. Posey out there, picks it up, throws, not in time. Infield hit for D. Gordon. That's what D brings to the plate. That kind of speed and the ability to get out of the box like that, like a sprinter coming out of starting blocks. That ball didn't travel more than 10 feet, maybe 11 or 12 feet in front of home plate. And Posey, with the good arm, could not throw him out. Infield hit for D. Potential winning run on. And guess who? Martin Prado. Walked and scored in the 4th inning. Hit a 2-run homer in the 5th. Doubled and scored a run in the 7th. Martin stands in. Strickland comes set, and a throw to first base chases D back to the bag. Martin Prado right-hand batter, the average up. 325 now. The pitch to Martin in there and a called strike. Yelich is on deck. So the Marlins get some hitters up here. Prado at 325, Yelich at 328.
Got to avoid the double play here, though.
Absolutely. That has, or is, perhaps the only blemish on the hitting line of Martin Prado. The set, Strickland to the plate. D is running. The pitch is slow and outside. Good throw by Posey. Got him at second base. 2 down.
And he was running to try to avoid the double play.
Yep. Posey taking care of business back there behind the plate. D appeared to get a pretty good jump. And he went flying down there with that headfirst slide. And he's out 2-6, caught stealing. D had a steal in the 1st inning, not here. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Prado. It's low and outside. Two out, nobody on in a 7-7 game. That's a clutch throw by Posey. Here's a ground ball to the left side. This will send the game into extra innings. Crawford up with it, fires to first. Martin is retired 6-3, and the Marlins are done in the 9th inning. No runs, a hit, nobody left on base. We'll go. I'm sure that foot just got unbearable for him. And Chris Johnson, who pinch hit, remains in the game and takes over at first base. And again, Rojas moves from first to third. And Martin Prado, who made the last out, is out of the game. I'm not suggesting that he came out of the game because of the foot hurting. He came out of the game because he made the last out in the 9th inning. But you know that foot, he's played the whole game in pain and has had a productive night.
And if you need multiple innings, you'd probably use Dunn for 2 innings. So you're exactly right. That's probably the main reason why Prado came out.
Yep. That pitch is inside to Denard Span. Denard Span is up for the 6th time in this game. He's scored 3 runs. He's 2 out of 4 with a walk. And he has a stolen base.
He's led off 3 of the last 4 innings.
Left-hander Mike Dunn. Rodney worked the 9th. Dunn has his 10th inning. The Giants are playing their 15th extra inning game. They've gone 8-6. The pitch is outside. 2 balls and no strikes. The Marlins are playing their 9th extra inning game. They've gone 4-4. Seven pitchers used by the Marlins to get to this 10th inning. Here's a ground ball to the left side. Up with it, Echeverria throws to first. That's all for Span. First time he's been retired since he hit the ground ball and forced Cueto at second base in the third inning. And he wasn't retired on that. Cueto was, but one down. Angel Pagan is 1 out of 4 and a walk. Batting here in this 10th in this 7-7 tie. The pitch caught the inside. Minnesota beat Houston at Target Field tonight. Just a handful of games on the schedule. Toronto beat Tampa Bay 7-5. And Toronto pulls within a half game of the Orioles in that American League East race. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Dunn blows one by Pagan. A little breaking ball. A slider in on his hands. 0-2. Baltimore with that half game lead in the AL East, and the Blue Jays right on their heels. Boston 3 out. So 3 games separate those 3 teams in the East. 0-2. Pitch on the way. And it's hit high into the air, down the right field line. Going back, long run. B. Gordon gives way to Stanton. Stanton dives, gets under it, makes the catch. Rolled over and held on. What an effort between Gordon's long run and Giancarlo coming in and making that desperation lunge at the ball, making the catch and holding on. A great effort.
Though he might not be playing extra innings, had Stanton not thrown a man out at the plate in the 4th inning in this game. And now, wow, after a long run, what a terrific catch.
2 down. Here's Brandon Belt. 1 out of 4 with 3 strikeouts and a walk. And he's knocked in 2. He had a 2-run double in the 7th inning. That was one of the big hits in the game for the Giants. Hunter Cervenka came on and made his first Marlins Park appearance as a Marlin and gave up 3 straight hits, the third one being Belt's 2-run double. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Belt. In there and a called strike. Belt's had a tough time since the All-Star break. Into this game batting just .211 since the break. But he had a big double tonight in the 7th. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Dunn at 95 gets that one past Belt. Left-hand pitcher to a left-hand batter. 2 down, nobody on. Mike Dunn comes set. His pitch. And Belt takes. Oh, that just missed. Wow. Plate umpire Doug Eddings hearing from a few people. 2 down, 2-2. Mike Dunn's pitch. Fouled straight back. This for Mike Dunn is his 26th appearance of the season. A 2-1 record, a 3.52 earned run average. Slow start to the year for Mike Dunn with a strain of the forearm, and it took him a while. He actually, when he returned from the DL and was activated, he went through pretty much what was spring training for him at the playing level here in the big leagues. There's the pitch, strike 3 called. Belt is out. Now it's Belt complaining. And Belt is probably suggesting to Doug Eddings that was a make-up call. And they're trying to keep Belt in the game. And Ron Wotus comes out to take up the argument. And the third base coach, Roberto Kelly, put his arm around and Belt took him off. 1-2-3. Dunn got him in the 10th. Here we go. Bottom of the inning on the Marlins Radio Network.
Okay, moving time.
Dunn's 12 hits, 1 error. Giants have stranded 11. Marlins have left 4. Tied at 7 in the 10th inning, and numbers 3, 4, and 5 coming up for the Marlins. That's Yelich, Stanton, and Ozuna against the pitcher who worked the last inning, Hunter Strickland. He's ready to work on Yelich. The pitch to Christian Yelich is low and ball 1.
This is a pitcher, Strickland, who in the 2014 postseason Pitched 8 in the third innings, and he allowed 6 home runs. Wouldn't be a bad way to end things tonight.
One ball, no strikes to Yelich. Yeah, we'd take that. That pitch is low and outside.
By the way, Yelich is a triple away from a cycle as he comes to the plate here in the 9th inning, or 10th inning.
Chris Johnson, by the way, is the only Marlin in the lineup right now that has homered off Hunter Strickland. Yelich with a double, home run, and single in that order. The pitch, and it's taken outside. So there's a chance that he might get a pitch to hit. And now the plate umpire Doug Eddings is hearing more from the Giants bench. This has to do with the ball strikes on the Giants hitters. And now they felt that Yelich has gotten a couple of beneficial calls with the count 3-0.
The Fox track shows all 3 pitches clearly off the plate. Clearly.
Here's the 3-0. Yelich takes a strike at 98 miles an hour, 3-1. The Marlins players in this lineup, they've only had one at-bat along the way against Strickland. Here's the pitch. Yelich hammers the ball hard, backhanded on a short hop by Crawford, thrown to first for the out, one away in the bottom of the 10th. So here's the man, Giancarlo. Yelich now 3 for 5 on the night with a 4 RBI night. Double and an RBI, solo home run, single and 2 RBIs in the 7th. Big night for Yelich, but grounded out here, and now Stanton. RBI single in the 4th, 1 for 4 on the night. 7-7 in the 10th. Strickland, number 60 on his back, tall right-hander to the plate. And that's in there for a called strike. 0-1 on Stanton. Strickland in his 3rd year with the Giants. The pitch. Oh, a weak swing and a miss. I mean, that off-speed breaking ball just threw Stanton totally off. He made such a weak pass at that, but started the swing, just couldn't stop it. And now 0-2. Here it comes, and a swing and a miss, and Stanton's down on strikes. Another breaking ball struck him out. So 2 down, and tough to ask for anything more than to get your 3, 4, and 5 hitters up in a game like this. But so far so good for Strickland. This is 2nd inning, and he's given up the infield hit to D. Gordon in the last inning, and D tried to steal 2nd, was thrown out by Posey. That's all the Marlins have had going against Strickland. 2 down, Ozuna up 0 for 3 and hit by a pitch tonight. The pitch to Marcel, and that's up and in, and ball 1. Strickland, who came up in his early years in the minors in the Red Sox organization. Then Pittsburgh. 1-0, and a foul ball straight back. 1-1. That time Ozuna got the fastball and fouled it off at 97 miles an hour. Good pickup by the Giants. They got Strickland from the Pirates on a waiver claim in April of 2013. One ball, one strike. Strickland's pitch. A swing here. Ozuna gives it a ride to right center. Going back, calling for it. Hunter Pence under it and has it short of the warning track. And Strickland pitches a 1-2-3, bottom of the 10th against numbers 3, 4, and 5 in the Marlins order.
Buster Posey has a single and a double tonight. He's knocked in a couple of runs, takes down and in. He's 2 for 5. Tied at 7. Into the 11th. The Giants 7 runs on 13 hits. The Marlins 7 runs on 12. Both teams have come from behind in this game. Miami at one point led 5-1, then trailed 6-5. 1-0 pitches down and in. The Giants went back up. 7-6, and actually the Giants, after the Marlins took a lead at 7-6, Giants tied it in the 8th inning, and haven't seen a run since the 8th. 2-0 pitch to Posey is popped in the air out of play. That's a foul ball down the right field line. We're into the 11th in the opening game of this 3-game series. This is a big game for both these teams. The Giants beginning play tonight with a 1-game lead over the Dodgers in the National League West. And if the Giants are watching the scoreboard, they won't like what they see from Dodger Stadium. Dodgers with 5 in the first and 1 in the second, leading the Phillies 6-0 top of the third. 2-1 to Posey's high in the ball. So if the Giants lose this game and that score holds, those teams would be tied atop the National League West. The Giants have had at least a share of first place every day but one, going all the way back to April 29th. May 10th is the only day since April 29th in which the Giants haven't at least been tied for first place in the NL West. Counts 3-1 to Posey. A dangerous count for Dunn. Got to make a quality pitch. And now Posey will step out. Meanwhile, as far as the games the Marlins are watching most closely, well, they're chasing the Dodgers for the top wild card spot, so they don't like that score any more than the Giants do. 3-1 to Posey is bounced on the ground, foul third base side, 3-2. Marlins do like the score, though, in St. Louis. Marlins right now own the second wild card in the National League. Giants are a game behind Miami beginning play. As I said, the Giants, the Cardinals. It's getting late. The Cardinals trail the Reds 4-0, bottom of the 9th at Busch Stadium tonight. The Reds are playing much better in the second half of the season. And they're 2 outs away from shutting out the Cardinals at Busch. 3-2 now to Posey, and it's hit foul right side. A liner into the seats. Those are the only games tonight with postseason implications. A lot of teams off on Monday. We'll have another full count pitch coming. The 7th pitch of this at bat. Done to Posey. And on 3-2, there's another foul ball. This one bounced down the left field line. Marlins scored twice in the 2nd inning. No, they didn't. They scored twice in the 4th inning. But when you look up at the scoreboard, the line score up above left field now as you play into the 11th. They've taken the first couple of innings off. Marlins scored twice in the 4th inning. An RBI double by Christian Yelich. A Stanton RBI single the very next pitch. They had a 2-0 lead. Giants got a run back in the 5th. Then the Marlins broke it open with 3 in their half of the 5th to go up 5-1. And there's ball 4 to Posey. So a leadoff walk. And here comes Brandon Crawford, who has 4 hits tonight. He's 4 for 5, 3 singles, a double, an RBI, a run scored, and a stolen base. Lefty versus lefty matchup. Marlins in that 5th inning got back-to-back home runs. Martin Prado with a man on, then Yelich a solo shot. So they were up 5-1 before the Giants scored 5 times in the 7th inning against Hunter Cervenka and Nick Whitgren. Cost Jose a win. He went 6 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, 6 Ks, left with a 5-1 lead. Short lead from first by Posey. Pitch to Crawford. Swing and a miss. Fastball up at 95. Marlins came right back, though, in the bottom of the 7th. They got a 2-run single with nobody out from Christian Yelich. With Miami on top, 7-6. Giants tied it, though, in the 8th on a 2-out RBI hit from this man, Crawford. And now we're into the 11th, 7-7. Infield double play depth. Outfield deep. The 0-1 to Crawford is high on the ball. Marlins playing no doubles defensively. Miami gets Dustin McGowan up in the bullpen. The only pitchers in that pen who haven't thrown in this game, McGowan and A.J. Ramos, who, based on his non-usage to this point, we can safely assume is unavailable because of that jammed finger. Done the 1-1, and Crawford swings through it. That was a slider up. A ball and 2 strikes. These Giants haven't won a series since the All-Star break. They've played 7 series. They've lost 6, and they've split 1. 1-2 to Crawford, and it's lined foul over the Miami dugout. The Giants came out of the break with an 8-game road trip. They went 1-7 against the Padres, the Red Sox, and the Yankees. They lost 3 straight in San Diego, swept 2 in a row by the Red Sox at Fenway. Then they dropped 2 out of 3 at Yankee Stadium. They went home and went 3-4 against the Reds and the Nationals. 1-2 against Cincinnati, 2-2, splitting a 4-game set with the Nats. 1-2 to Crawford is hit foul back over the screen. And now they're playing the 7th game of a 9-game road trip. 2-4 so far in this trip. They lost 2 of 3 in Philadelphia. They lost 2 of 3 in Washington. Now the first of 3 here at Marlins Park. 7-10 tomorrow, 12-10 Wednesday. They played their full 7-game season series against the Nationals in the span of the last 10 days or so, losing 4 of 7, and that's important for a reason we'll point out here in a second. 1-2 pitch to Crawford is lined into right center. He's got his 5th hit of the night. Posey turns at second. He goes to third. Ozuna's throw won't be in time. So the first 2 men are on. First and third, nobody out for the Giants in the 11th inning. It's a 5-for-6 night for Brandon Crawford. And now Pence coming up. Talking about the Giants losing the season series to the Nationals and losing it yesterday in a 1-0 game. Boy, that was an ugly slide into third base by Buster Posey. He went head first, and he literally went face first, his chin sliding across the ground, and it's all cut up now. You can see off to the right side, just beneath his mouth, he went chin first into the bag. He caught the bag with his face, not with his hand even. He's laughing about it now. He's a tough guy, but that was as ugly a slide as you'll see. It's the first ever 5-hit game for Brandon Crawford tonight. And now the Giants are in business with one of their franchise faces, Hunter Pence, at the plate. He's 1 for 5, an RBI single in that big 5-run 7th. Struck out in a key spot, ending the 8th against Kyle Bearclaw. Marlins bring the infield in with nobody out. Tied at 7, top of the 11th. Pence has been struggling, but a chance to be a hero here. Dunn throws to first base. Crawford back standing. Jake Peavy was talking about Hunter Pence and what he means to this Giants team. As now Don Mattingly asked for time, and the Marlins manager is going to head out to the mound, probably to talk things over defensively as much as anything, unless he wants to bring McGowan into this game. McGowan's ready, and you know what? I think he may want McGowan with the righty Pence at the plate. They just bought him a little bit of extra time with that throw to first base. And yes, indeed, Dunn the lefty's out of the game. McGowan's going to come on. He leaves 2 big base runners for McGowan, who takes over here 7-7 in the 11th inning. For Dustin McGowan, this appearance will be number 36 on the season. McGowan, a 1-2 record, a save, and a 3.25 ERA. Pitched an inning of scoreless relief at Coors Field on Saturday. And he's going to need to pull off a Houdini-esque escape here. Marlins will bring the infield in. Johnson, Gordon, Echeverria, and Rojas first to third. And now JT, just who are set for baseball, walks out in front of the plate, flashes defensive signals. Pence is the heart and soul of this Giants team. Jake Peavy talking recently about him being this club's X factor. He said, like Dustin Pedroia when he played with Petey as a Red Sox. McGowan from the stretch. Crawford bluffs. First pitch breaking ball in there. Strike 1 to Hunter Pence. Peavy talks about the energy, the attitude, the mindset that Pence brings to the ballpark every day. And it's contagious. It carries over to everybody on that Giants ball club. He's an inspirational leader, and he leads on the field as well. First and third, nobody out. Infield in. McGowan's 0-1. Foul tipped at the plate. 0-2. A fastball at 98. So McGowan goes slider, fastball, and he's jumped ahead quickly here, looking for a strikeout or a pop-up, ideally. Keep the ball in the infield in the air. Don't know for sure that Posey would be coming home with the infield in and nobody out. Usually the contact plays on with one out, but not with nobody out. 0-2 to Pence. Little roller foul toward the Marlins dugout. He just barely got a piece to stay alive. By the way, we told you the Cardinals are on the verge of being shut out by the Cincinnati Reds. Well, that game's still going. Cardinals have scored 3 in the 9th. They've got the bases loaded now with 2 outs, trailing 4-3. Looking to rally at home. McGowan the 0-2, and Pence takes the dirt again. A good stop by JT. He's worked very hard tonight. Phillies coming back on the Dodgers. They've scored 3 in the top of the 3rd, into the bottom of the 3rd. Now that's a 6-3 game. Philadelphia was trailing 6-0 after 2. Julio Urias, the rookie, the 19-year-old on the mound for the Dodgers tonight. McGowan out of the stretch from the first base edge of the rubber. The 1-2 to Pence. It's in the dirt, and again, a good stop by JT. Ball rolled off a little bit to his right, but Crawford stays at first base. Trying to get Pence to chase the slider in the dirt, and you got to have a lot of faith in your catcher to throw that pitch with the go-ahead man at third base in the 11th inning. JT's done a great job, like a brick wall back there. 7-7, inning number 11. With the infield in, nobody out, first and third. McGowan, the 2-2 to Pence. A swing and a miss, he struck him out. That's 1. Now Joe Panik coming up. Panik last couple of years, so reliable in spots like this for the Giants. Had a lot of big hits. This year his numbers down. Tonight 0 for 2, 2 walks and a sack bunt. You've got a base open here. First and third, 1 out. Panik, the lefty hitter. You've got the righty Nunez on deck. And let's see, are they going to... Yes, they're going to intentionally walk Panik to load the bases here. Now, the drawback to that is you've got the go-ahead man at third base regardless, but now you've got another potential run moving up to second base. We're in the top 11th, tied at 7. So Panik's going to walk for the 3rd time in the game, and the Marlins are going to go after Eduardo Nunez, who tonight is 1 for 5. He's 8 for 33 in 10 games since being acquired from the Twins. 4 of those 8 hits came in 1 game Saturday at Nationals Park. Here's the intentional ball 4. All right, they got the force at the plate now. You got a double play in order. Posey started things off with a walk against Mike Dunn. He went to third on Crawford's single, his 5th hit in the game. Now Don Mattingly comes out, and they're going to talk things over defensively here. There's nobody up in the bullpen other than A.J. Ramos, who they're looking to avoid tonight, or a starting pitcher. There's nobody left who can pitch for the Marlins in this game.
8 pitchers have gone out there tonight.
And that's with the Marlins carrying an extra man in the bullpen. They're down to A.J., who they want to avoid, and nobody else.
And this coming at the start of a series. Thursday's a day off, then the White Sox on the weekend.
Yep. It certainly means that Tom Kohler's start tomorrow night is an important one, and hopefully can get TK deep into the game. And hopefully A.J. Ramos will be feeling better tomorrow, and he'd be available. We'll see.
Cardinals have tied it.
Ugh. Well, we've seen 2 bullpens have a rough night here at Marlins Park tonight. That Reds bullpen is melted down 4 in the 9th. Cardinals still batting.
With the bases full.
Bases are full here for Eduardo Nunez. McGowan, the high hold. Out of the stretch, the pitch. In the dirt, did it hit him? No, it didn't. It rolled away from JT. He's on it quickly, and the runners hold.
Well, I guess they're taking volunteers.
Yep.
Because Andrew Kashner's up in the bullpen.
Well, he's not throwing yet, but he's gone down there just in case. I said you've got A.J. who you want to stay away from, and then you've got some starting pitchers. And Kashner would be the first man to get a shot if this game goes on for a long time here tonight. The Giants are taking a look, I think, on video. They thought there was a chance that pitch hit Nunez. And they're holding up the ball game now, but they're going to say, no, it didn't hit him. They won't challenge. Bases loaded. Posey at third. Crawford at second. Panic at first. 1 out. 7-7, top of the 11th. McGowan to Nunez, the 1-0, and it's fouled off right at home plate. This ball game is now well over 4 hours old. 4 hours, 14 minutes old. Giants flew in after the 1:10 game in D.C. yesterday. Got in about 8, 9 o'clock. 1-1 to Nunez. Is swung at and missed. McGowan, a fastball down and away. Good late life on that pitch at 95 miles per hour. He's heading the count 1-2. Giants had a more leisurely night last night than the Marlins did. Marlins had the 2:10 start in the Mountain Time Zone, so 4:10 East Coast time, and played the long game against the Rockies, a 10-7 game. Spent a little extra time at the ballpark after the game because of all the media Ichiro had to do after his 3,000th hit. Marlins got home, landed about 2 in the morning. 1-2 to Nunez. That ran inside at 98. Reached back for something extra, but he missed. It's 2-2. McGowan's gotten one big strikeout. Pence. Infield in tight. Here's the 2-2. And Nunez rolls one to third base. Charged by Rojas. He comes home. They get one. And there are 2 outs in the inning. No chance for play at first base. But on the 5-2 force out, Posey's erased. Now the bases remain loaded, but there are 2 outs. And we're going to get Trevor Brown, the backup catcher, to pinch hit. Good job by Rojas. So now Nunez at first. Panic at second. Crawford's at third. And this is the last man on the Giants bench. The second catcher, Trevor Brown, pinch hitting in the 11th inning with 2 outs. Brown, as a pinch hitter, is 3 for 12 this season, a pair of RBIs. Marlins can drop the infield back now with 2 outs. Overall, this is a .262 hitter, 5 doubles, 5 homers, 16 batted in. McGowan's 2/3 of the way there. The pitch to Brown is taken for strike 1. Start him off the slider that broke away. Brown, 24, out of Newhall, California. 10th round pick back in 2012, coming out of UCLA. 13 games in his big league debut last year. He's played in now 55 this year. McGowan, the 0-1, and Brown swings right through it. 0-2, another slider. Brown has started 29 games behind the plate for Bruce Bochy's Giants. After a slow start, he's been hot lately, hitting .327 over his last 23 games, beginning June 18th. Crowd comes alive, bases loaded, 2 outs, tie game, top of the 11th. McGowan, the 0-2, Brown, ground ball, left side, Edge dives for it, has it, goes to second. They got the force out on a bang-bang play. Nunez out by a whisker, and McGowan escapes, leaving the bases loaded. Giants hold it up. They might want to take a look at it, but it was pretty apparent to the naked eye on a very close play. The man was out at second, and they will not challenge. What a piece of pitching by Dustin McGowan. We go to the 11th, still 7-7 on the Marlins Radio Network.
Effort, exertion, labor. The Ram ProMaster and ProMaster City commercial vans have been engineered to bring them all down to size. With the Ram ProMaster, over 400...
Ron Wotus, filling in for Bruce Bochy tonight, brings the closer into this game. Santiago Casilla is going to pitch for San Francisco. Casilla has 25 saves. He's 2-3 at .298 ERA. This is 45th appearance. JT 1 for 4, a couple of strikeouts tonight. Can the Marlins walk it off after the dramatics at the top of the inning? Momentum certainly on their side, you'd think. And the first pitch, a curveball to JT, missed for ball one. Garcia's like A.J. Ramos. He's an unconventional closer in that he's got a full assortment of pitches. He's got a mid-90s fastball. He's got a slider. He's got a curveball he throws a lot, and every now and then a changeup. Saved 38 last year, 25 so far this year. The right-hander with a 1-0 to JT. He showed bunt, and he takes a strike. 7 runs, 14 hits for the Giants. 7 runs, 12 hits Miami. Bottom of the 11th. And Andrew Kashner now does begin to throw in that Marlins bullpen. Don Mattingly wants to end this game quickly. 1-1 to Real Muto is popped in the air behind first base. Belt into foul ground, gives way to the second baseman, and it's Panic who comes over to make the play. One out as JT pops foul. And now Miguel Rojas, who tried to drop down a sac bunt in his first plate appearance in the 8th inning, and he left the ball right out in front of the plate. It wound up being a 2-6-4 double play. Giants still have the lefty Javier Lopez and the right-hander George Contos in their bullpen. They're only on their 7th pitcher. The Marlins have used 8. Pitch to Rojas is fouled back. The difference being the Marlins still have A.J. Ramos available in their pen, but it is beyond obvious at this point that he's unavailable to pitch tonight. And again, he's been dealing with a jammed finger on his pitching hand. He sustained the injury in the last homestand fielding a bunt, and he's had days where he feels like he can pitch and days where he just can't. The 0-1 to Rojas is in the air to right field, sending Pence back. He's got room in front of the bullpen, 2 steps shy of the track, 2 outs. And now Echeverria, whose Gold Glove defensive play kept this game tied in the top of this inning. Oh, by the way, make it a 5-run 9th for the Cardinals. A walk-off hit by pitch gives them a 5-4 win over the Reds. They were down 4-0, headed to the 9th inning. Tony Cingrani gave it up. Cardinals win 5-4 over the Reds. So the Marlins need to win to stay a game up on St. Louis in the race for the second wild card position. Etch is hitless tonight, 0 for 4. He's hit safely in 8 straight coming in. Pitch from Casilla, outside and low, a fastball at 94. Chris Johnson would be next. Casilla out of the stretch, holds near the belt. The 1-0 to Etch. Checked the swing, and he takes ball 2. That was a slider. Marlins have 2 walk-off wins this season. What a ball game to start the homestand. 2-0 to Etch is swung out and missed. Some things have not gone the Marlins' way in this ball game. The bullpen has been a problem. Nick Whitgren, Hunter Cervenka combined on a disastrous 7th inning. Kyle Bearclaw, like Whitgren, hung with a blown save in the 8th inning. But a lot won't be forgotten, but you can push it aside if the Marlins find a way to win this one. 2-1 to Etch is 1 hopper to the second baseman. Nicely gloved on the in-between bounce. And Panic throws Echeverria out. Casilla, the Giants' closer, works a perfect 11th. What do you say we play 12? 7-7, the Marlins and the Giants on the Marlins Radio Network. Second inning of relief. Pitch to Span, a check swing, low, ball 1. The Marlins are 4-4 in extra innings. This is the 3rd time this year they've played 12 innings. They've not gone longer than 12 this season. Marlins have 2 12-inning wins. 1-0 pitch, McGowan to Span. Fly ball, right center. Playable for Marcelo Ozuna. To his left, 1 out. Here comes Angel Pagan. 1 for 5, a single, a walk, and a run scored. He was robbed by Stanton on a great running, sliding grab in the 10th inning. Marlins have their 12-inning wins here against the Pirates on June 2nd. A 4-3 game. And in Atlanta on July 1st, a 7-5 game. That was the night Jose Fernández had the game when he hit the pinch hit 2-run double. Cardinals have more extra inning experience. While Miami's played 8 extra inning games, the Giants have played 14 coming in, 8-6. Pagan takes strike one, and they've gone as many as 13 innings this season. They played 13 and a couple of wins at home against the Blue Jays May 11th, 4 days after they had won in 13 against the Rockies on May 7th. McGowan from the stretch, the 0-1 to Pagan. Little tapper, foul right side, strike 2. McGowan came on in the 11th inning in a tie game with first and third and nobody out. He relieved Mike Dunn. He struck out Hunter Pence for the first out. Then they intentionally walked the lefty panic to load the bases with 1 out. He got Eduardo Nunez to the ground ball to third. Rojas came home for the force out. That was the second out. And then pinch hitter Trevor Brown, the last man on the bench, the backup catcher, hit a ball to the hole at shortstop. Echeverria made a diving stop, and he threw to D. Gordon for a force play at second to end the inning. 0-2 to Pagan, bounced up there. So the Giants are out of extra players now. Marlins still have their backup catcher, Jeff Mathis. For something that happened to Buster Posey, Ron Wotus, who's managing this game for Bruce Bochy, would need to employ an emergency catcher. But because he's used all of his position players, that would also mean he'd need to use a pitcher as a position player somewhere. 1-2 to Pagan is a broken bat. Flare short right, down for a hit. Bat goes out of Hero. Pagan with his second hit. Giants have the go-ahead man on, 1 out in the 12th for Brandon Belt. Belt had a 2-run double and scored a run in that big 5-run 7th. Outside of that, he's walked once and struck out 4 times in the game. You're going to be finding pieces of Angel Pagan's bat out on the right side of that infield for months. That's splintered into many pieces. It's the 15th Giants hit. 7-7, top of the 12th. Braves have beaten the Brewers 4-3 tonight. We told you the Cardinals with 5 in the 9th walked off 5-4 over the Reds. Pitch to Belt, swing and a miss. First pitch fastball at 95 miles per hour. We just finished up with the Rockies. Rockies welcoming Texas in for the first of 2 at Coors Field tonight. Rangers have just scored 3 in the 9th to take a 4-3 lead at Coors Field. So another Carlos Estevez meltdown. He had the blown save against the Marlins Friday night at Coors. And yes, indeed, he blew it tonight. 1/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 3 runs. He walked a man. Nothing in 1 to Belt, lefty hitter. Spread stance, bent at the knees. There goes the runner. The 0-1 pitch is high. JT the throw down to second base, and he's gunned down another man. He throws Pagan out 2-6 for the second out. He's thrown out 2 in this game after he'd been 1 for his last 14. He got Adrianza at second base to end the 9th inning. And now Pagan for the second out here in the 12th. And it wasn't even close. So 2 outs, base is clear, 1-1 to Belt. He's got some pop. McGowan's pitch is in the dirt. Posey on deck. Marlins would like to leave him there. There's nobody up in the Giants' bullpen. Looks like we'll get a second inning out of their closer, Santiago Casilla. He needed only 9 pitches to retire the side in order in the 11th. If you're Ron Wotus, you'd like to run him out there to try to close out a win. 2-1 to Belt is inside ball 3. And again, if you weren't with us earlier, Ron Wotus, the bench coach, managing the Giants tonight. We again send our best wishes to Bruce Bochy, who this morning didn't feel well, was checked into a local hospital here in Miami. And we're told he's going to spend the night for observation. Sounds as though everything's okay. 3-1 to Belt is in the air, left center, playable. Ozuna and Yelich are there. Yelich makes the call. Yelich makes the catch. And McGowan hangs a 0 in inning number 12. To the bottom of the 12th. Is the end near? Stays out there for the 12th. Johnson 0 for 1 since coming into the ballgame as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning, and stayed in the game at first base. Pitch on the way, low, ball 1. Garcia's gone 2 innings once this year. July 23rd at Yankee Stadium. Pitched the 10th and 11th, got a win. 2-1 ball game. 1-0 pitch, a swing and a miss. Slider away. He's gone more than 1 inning on 3 other occasions. An inning and a third twice, and 1 2/3 as recently as this past Wednesday. That was in Philadelphia. 1-1 to Chris Johnson is hammered into center field. He'll get down for a base hit. The winning man is aboard to start the Marlins 12th. And now here comes D. Gordon. Do you ask D to bunt, or do you ask a man who won a batting title last year and has 3 hits tonight to try to keep the line moving with a base hit here? You've got Dustin McGowan in the on-deck circle. That might help make your mind up if you're Don Mattingly. The only pinch hitter available, the only position player available on the bench is Jeff Mathis, the Marlins' second catcher. Now, it's not to say Mathis wouldn't hit. Maybe McGowan's out there as a decoy. But no sign of Mathis with a bat and a helmet, at least not that I can see. He's swinging away, and he hits one up the middle. Behind the back, Crawford has it. What a flip. They get the force out at second base. That is a Gold Glove play by a Gold Glover, Brandon Crawford. Look like the ball was headed into center field, but he got there, and as soon as he fielded it, he made the backhand flip to the second baseman panic. They're able to force out Johnson. Fielder's choice, 6-4. That was a beauty. Now McGowan will indeed bat, and he'll try to bunt D over to second base with Yelich on deck. Now they could walk Yelich if they wanted to and go righty-righty with Stanton, but that's no picnic. That's assuming McGowan gets the bunt down. D off to about a 3-step lead, held at first base by Brandon Belt. Garcia comes set. McGowan squares, and he takes outside in the ball. Dustin McGowan does not have a lot of experience at the plate because of the role he's been in the Marlins bullpen. McGowan this season is 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts. In his career, 19 Major League at-bats, 2 hits, 1 sac bunt. There's a throw to first base. His 1 sacrifice bunt was only 8 years ago. He was a Blue Jay, 2008. Every 8 years. He squares. Pitch on the way, and he bunts through it, 1-1. There's a slider. Third baseman Nunez, first baseman Belt, both racing toward the plate.
A couple of times we've referred to the long ball to decide this game, but I think more often than not in baseball games that go extra innings like this, Jeff, they're decided on things that happen right here on the inner diamond.
Oftentimes somebody makes a mistake. You don't need a perfect bunt to get D down to second with his speed. The 1-1, he bunts through it again, strike 2. Would imagine the bunt will stay on with 2 strikes. And now time is called. Third base coach Lenny Harris walks down toward the plate. He and McGowan want to make sure they're on the same page. McGowan's not used to looking down at the third base coach's box for signals. One out, last of the 12th. Marlins 7, Giants 7. Gordon with blazing speed at first. If he crosses the plate, we go home happy. McGowan up near the front of the batter's box. Squares early. Garcia sets. 1-2, and he pulls the bat back. Takes ball 2. This game started at 7:11. It's now 4 hours, 40 minutes old.
Both these catchers have had a good night, Geff, and it's tough to think about the running game. for either team.
Yep. 2-2. He squares and he bunts it foul. It was initially was right in front of the plate, and then it turned left. Posey picked it up. It's a foul ball, so McGowan strikes out. And it's a good thing for the Marlins because Posey fired down to second. They would have had D. That's the kind of bunt that it was. Now here's Ron Wotus out, and boy, the ball died just to the left of home plate. That's where Posey picked it up. So McGowan is out trying to bunt the man over, and now here comes Yelich, who's had a big night. Christian Yelich is 3 for 5. He has singled, doubled, and homered. He's knocked in 4. He's scored 2. He's a triple away from a cycle, which has never happened in Marlins history, and a triple here wins the ball game. Gordon, the winning man at first with 2 outs. There's a spin and a throw over. See if D wants to run. Then a single would win the ball game. He stole a base against Cueto and Posey in the first inning. He was caught stealing against Strickland and Posey in the 9th. 1 for 2 tonight, 11 for 15 on the season. He's extended the lead a little bit. Casilla holds near the belt, fires, and Yelich takes strike 1. First pitch fastball, 95. Yelich had 3 hits at Coors yesterday, 3 hits here tonight. He's lifted his season average all the way to 327. He now leads this team in runs batted in with 67 of them, 1 more than Stanton. We just hit the 2/3 mark of the season. He's got a shot to drive in 100 this year. He'd need a strong finish. The 0-1, swing and a miss, 0-2. Would like to see him move at least 1 RBI closer right here. He has a shot to drive in 100 runs. What a year for Christian Yelich. Career best batting average, OBP, slugging, doubles, homers, RBIs. He's played great defense again. Nothing in 2 the count. 2 outs. D. Gordon, the winning man at first in a 7-7 game last of the 12th. Casilla in his second inning. The 0-2 pitch to Yelich, and that floats outside. Took something off. Well, Cashner's not throwing. If we get to the 13th, particularly after seeing him try to bunt, we can rest assured at this point that McGowan will be out there for 3rd inning. Outfield deep for Yelich, looking to cut off the extra base hit. There's a throw over. D's back easily. Yelich, the lefty batter, facing Casilla, the right-handed closer, in his 2nd inning of work. D extends the lead a little bit more. A look back at first by Casilla. The 1-2 pitch. That's up and away, ball 2. Stanton's on deck. Well, the folks who came out tonight, almost 23,000 strong, getting their money's worth and then some. They haven't all stuck around. But a good number of them have. Garcia looks in for the sign from Posey. He'd like to end this at bat here at 2-2. If you go full, then D's going to be running on the 3-2 2-out pitch. 2-2, that's low, and now the count's full. Casilla wanted the pitch. Oh, he stormed off the mound in frustration. Didn't get the call from Doug Eddings, who just took off his face mask and cap and glared out at the pitcher. Umpires don't like that. Might have been down. Looked like a pretty good pitch. I think it might have been a little bit low. And off the plate outside. Just a whisker. That's a good pitcher's pitch, 2-2. Now the count's full, so D is going to be in motion with 2 outs. Tied at 7, bottom of the 12th. What a ball game. Casilla comes set. There goes the runner. The 3-2, swing and a miss. Yelich strikes out. will go to the 13th. Marlins 7, Giants 7 on the Marlins Radio Network.
And now, insurance-minded speeches from Geico.
June at Chase Field in Arizona, he went 3 innings and did a terrific job. It was a game the Marlins lost, but he gave the team 3 shutout innings, allowing 1 hit. Here's a slow roller to third. Fielded by Rojas, thrown to first, and Posey is out. First ball hitting here in the 13th. So 1 down. That was the 7th time that Posey's been to the plate tonight. He's 2 out of 6. And a walk. And here's Crawford, who's having a night, his first career 5-hit game. Four singles and a double. That'll help your batting average. McGowan from the set. The right-hander fires, misses down and in to the left-hand hitting shortstop, Brandon Crawford. Crawford, who's gotten his average up to 274. He came into the game at 265. Here's the pitch. Crawford swings and drives a ball down the right field line. It is a fair ball into the corner. He's got another hit, and he's going to try for 3. Stanton gets it headed in. Here's Gordon's relay, and at third base, the ball hit the runner and caroms over onto the infield down toward home plate, and it's picked up quickly by Rojas. A 3-base hit for Crawford into the right field corner. A 6-hit game, and again, he adds to a career high. What a night he's having. That's his second extra base hit, so he's got the 5 singles, 4, and a double and a triple.
It's the 4th 6-hit game in the major leagues this year.
Infield comes in for Hunter Pence. The pitch is on the way. Pence swings right through it. Strike 1.
C.J. Cron of the Angels, Wilmer Flores of the Mets, and Chase Utley of the Dodgers most recently on July 6th.
Well, in this 7-7 tie gap, it certainly sets things up nicely for the Giants. Crawford at third with 1 out, and Pence the batter. Now, Pence has struck out 4 times tonight. Here's the pitch from McGowan. Swing and a miss. And strike 2 on Hunter Pence. He is 1 for 6 with 4 strikeouts.
Last Giant with 6 hits in a game. You know this. Mike Benjamin, 1995 against the Cubs.
Of all people, Mike Benjamin. Wow. 2 strikes on Pence. The pitch. McGowan's pitch is in the dirt. Another good block by J.T. Realmuto. 1 and 2 to Pence. Right-handed batter. His hit was in the 7th inning, which suddenly seems like a long, long time ago. 7 runs, 16 hits for the Giants. 7 runs, 13 hits for the Marlins. Giants have left 14. Here's the pitch. And a ball grounded to the left side. Up with an edge. Holds the runner. Throws to first. And Johnson off the bag to take the throw. And tag. Pence going by. Wow, that was a little too close for comfort. Etch gave that runner a look, just enough to make sure that Crawford wasn't going anywhere.
I'm surprised he wasn't with 1 out, as desperate as both teams are to end this game right now. Even with the infield in, Etch had to go to his left.
I was going to say, especially because he had to go to his left. Joe Panik is going to be walked. He was walked intentionally in the 11th inning, and they brought Nunez up, and that's going to bring Nunez up again. He's going to get another shot here. So Panik gets walked intentionally for the 2nd time, and it's his 4th walk of the game, and he's got a sacrifice bunt. So in a game that has gone 13 innings And he's been up to the plate 7 times. He is 0 for 2 in the game. There's ball 4. And Panic goes to first base. And here comes Nunez. He's up for the 7th time. He had a hit back in the 6th inning. Didn't affect any scoring in the game. If you tuned in late, Jose started for the Marlins. Here comes Don Mattingly. So I think that's going to be it for Dustin McGowan. Jose started for the Marlins, went 6. And gave up a run on 6 hits. Struck out 6. Walked 2 through 106 pitches. And was sitting on a 5-1 lead when he left. But the bullpen gave it up. Hunter Cervenka and Nick Whitgren in the 7th inning allowed 5 runs on 6 hits. Mattingly out there talking with McGowan. Has not yet indicated that he's going to make a change. Plate umpire Doug Eddings is out there to move things along.
Cashner was up a couple of innings ago, but he hasn't thrown in probably the last 2 innings, so it's up to McGowan.
All right, this game is on the line, and Eddings was very patient in giving Mattingly enough time to talk to his infielders and his pitcher and his catcher about how he wants things to go here. There are 2 outs. Crawford is at third base. The 1-out triple. Panic's been walked intentionally with 2 outs. Nunez will get an intentional walk. This is going to load them up.
Because the pitcher spot's due next.
And they're out of players.
But they've got Madison Bumgarner, who, if you like Jose's chances as a pinch hitter, the Giants love Madison Bumgarner's. Probably the best hitting pitcher in baseball.
Well, he's going to get a shot at being the hero tonight for the Giants. Bumgarner will be coming up here as soon as they complete the walk. Ball 3. 1 more pitch. And Nunez goes to first. And that runner at first, Panic, will move down to second. Here is ball 4. So now, first, second, and third. 2 outs. And Bumgarner to bat. He's hitting 183. 11 hits in 60 at-bats. Among his 11 hits, 2 home runs and 3 doubles. He's knocked in 5. He has pinch hit on 1 other occasion, and he has a hit. Not an RBI as a pinch hitter, but he's 1 for 1 pinch hitting.
He doubled against the Nationals July 31st in his 1 pinch hit at bat this year, and that 2-base hit came off Gio Gonzalez.
So Madison Bumgarner, the Giants pitcher, steps in. And McGowan will come right after him. The pitch, and Bumgarner takes low, ball 1. Bumgarner, as a pitcher, is 10-7, if you're wondering about that, in his 24 starts. A Giant at every base. Nunez at first, Panic at second, Crawford at third. Bumgarner waits. Here comes a 1-0 pitch from Dustin McGowan. Swing and a foul ball straight back. Pretty good cut by Bumgarner on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
That was not a pitcher's swing. That was a big league swing right there. He's had 8 career pinch hit at bats, 3 hits, including the double this year.
What a game. 7-7. Marlins had at one point a 5-1 lead. McGowan's pitch to Bumgarner, and it's fouled off to the left side. I think that ball was fouled off JT Realmuto. Boy, he started to take a walk right away. He's got to adjust the left shin guard. And he just dropped his mask, and so wherever that got him, I think it dinged him maybe on the left arm.
No, it got him right at the very top of the shin guard. Actually unhooked the shin guard. Got him right where that shin guard is at the top of the knee.
So it only got him once then, because when it bounced up, it was right by his arm, which was extended to catch the ball. 1-2 to Bumgarner, who bats right, from Dustin McGowan with 2 outs and the bases full. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. McGowan struck him out with the bases loaded. That'll send the game to the bottom of the 13th inning. We are tied at 7. This is the Marlins Radio Network. His name and his market, Northwestern. Here's Giancarlo. Cantos delivers. Giancarlo swings, misses. A breaking ball, strike 1. 6th at bat of the night for Stanton. He had a chance in the 7th inning with a man on and 1 out and with nobody out, and hit into a double play. The pitch outside the ball. His only at bat since the 7th came in the 10th inning, and he struck out with 1 out, nobody on. Now he bats here, and fans looking for some walk-off drama from Giancarlo. He's waiting for the 1-1 pitch. Here it is, and he swings, and here's a high fly ball to left that's playable. Pagan under this, makes the catch, and Stanton is out. He got the pitch. He just missed him in terms of really squaring it up. Yeah, up near the end of the bat. 1 down, Marcell Ozuna to bat. 0 for 4 tonight after going 0 for 9 in Colorado. So Ozo trying to snap an 0 for 13 in the 13th inning with number 13 on his back. Here's the pitch. And it's outside and a ball. Real Muto to follow, unless Ozo can send everybody home. 1-0 coming from Cantos. And a called strike. George Cantos, who was initially drafted by the Yankees in 2002. Rule 5 player to San Diego. They returned him to the Yankees in 2011. Giants got him in a trade in April of 2012. Here's the 1-1. And that is outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Marcell Ozuna. Usually an attractive count for hitters. So you'd hope now that Ozuna will put a real good swing on a pitch if it's in his zone. 2-1. Cantos sets and delivers. Foul ball back. 90-mile-an-hour fastball fouled back. 2-2. The Marlins playing their 9th extra inning game. And it's their longest at 13 innings. Played a couple of 12s. One against Pittsburgh, which the Marlins won. That was the Yelich walk-off. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul. At Atlanta on July 1st, the Marlins won a ball game in 12 innings, beat the Braves 7-5. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna sitting on 19 home runs. Cantos raises the glove up to a point right in front of his face, then winds, delivers, swing and a miss, strike 3. Now wait a minute, hold it. The plate umpire said
it was a foul tip. Posey held it up to say I caught it, but now the home plate umpire is going to ask Jeff Nelson, the third base umpire,
to see if the ball was in the dirt. Ozuna feels that he fouled it into the dirt and that maybe he was trapped.
Wow, now all 4 umpires will get together and look at that baseball.
They're examining the baseball.
Oh, they called him out.
And now they're saying that Marcell is out. ruling that the ball didn't hit the dirt.
They were all converging as though the four of them were going to get together and all take a look at it. And on replay, he's out. Posey caught it before it hit the ground. They got it right.
Strikeout for Contos. And there are 2 outs now. And it is left, at least for the moment, to JT Realmuto against George Contos of Northwestern. Number 70 on his back.
Go Cats, just not right here, right now.
It's a starting pitcher in the Big Ten for Cats. Your Wildcats. You getting excited about football season?
Less than 4 weeks.
If this game goes on, we'll be running right into it. Here's the pitch to Realmuto. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. Sixth time up for Realmuto. He is 1 out of 5. A single. That was off Sergio Romo in the 8th inning. The pitch. Low and a ball. Well, the Marlins since the 7th inning, when they last scored a couple of runs numbers 6 and 7, they've had 1, 2, 3 hits, singles, 1 infield. Called strike 1 and 2, the count here on JT. So the Marlins really have been shut down by this San Francisco bullpen. The Marlins did their scoring 5 of their 7 runs against the starter Johnny Cueto, who went 5 innings. Here's the 1 and 2 to Realmuto. A swing and a pop fly. This is into right center. And the center fielder, Denard Span, is under this, and he's got it. So Realmuto is out. A 1-2-3 inning for Contos. And we will go to the 14th inning. The Giants 7. Dramatic fashion. Here's the pitch to Denard Span, and a ground ball through the hole at short, out into left field, and a base hit for Span to lead off the 14th. They had a 1-out triple in the last inning. They stranded Brandon Crawford at third, along with 2 others on base. They had Pagan reach in the 12th inning with 1 out. He tried to steal and was thrown out. They got a leadoff walk to Buster Posey in the 11th inning. And then after loading the bases, Posey got thrown out at the plate. So a single here. And the 3rd hit of the night for Denard Span. And Pagan will bat. He's had 2 hits. 2 hits, 6 at-bats. Pagan lets the first one go, and it's low. Pagan, a switch hitter, batting left against the right-hander McGowan. So for 8 innings, the Cardinals just didn't have anything going at all, and they were down 4-0 to the Cincinnati Reds. And they were down to their final out, and they scored 5 runs for a 5-4 walk-off at Busch Stadium. Picked up a half game on the Marlins. Here's the 1-0 pitch and a ground ball to third. Up with it is Rojas, down to second. 1 over to first. 2, double play. 2 outs, nobody on. 5-4-3. Nicely done by Rojas, Gordon, and Johnson on the receiving end. No big test for Johnson. A real nice throw over to first base.
You mentioned the 17 men left on base by the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
They've had 20 at-bats with runners in scoring position in this game. They're 5 for 20. They've had a lot of chances. They left the bases loaded twice in extra innings alone.
The Giants' first baseman, Brandon Belt, the hitter, and the pitch is down and in. It caroms off the shin guard of JT and rolls over to the Giant dugout.
Marlins, if you're wondering, are 2 for 9 with men in scoring position tonight.
Belt 1 for 6 and a walk. Batting for the 8th time in the game here in the 14th inning in a 7-7 tie. The pitch, and that ran down and in. 2 balls, no strikes to Brandon Belt, 28 years old. So in the extra innings, I mean, both these clubs have found it tough. Giants haven't been able to put anything on the board since the 8th, when they scored their 7th run. 96-mile-an-hour fastball outside for ball 3. So with 2 outs, 3-0 the count on Brandon Belt. McGowan's ready. Here's his pitch. And that's high, ball 4. A 2-out walk to Belt. That's going to bring Posey up. He's always trouble. After the 8th inning, the Giants have had 4 hits. The biggest was the 1-out triple in the last inning by Brandon Crawford, their shortstop. So Posey up 2 for 6, double, single. He's also walked, driven in 2, scored 1. JT out to talk to McGowan. Here comes Juan Nieves.
Giants have used 21 of the 25 players on their roster in this game tonight. They've used everybody except Javier Lopez, the lefty reliever, and 3 starting pitchers. They've used Bumgarner as a pinch hitter. They had Cueto start this game, so Matt Moore, Jeff Samardzija, and Matt Cain, along with the reliever Lopez, the only players who haven't appeared for the Giants. Marlins have used 19 of their 25 so far in this game. No A.J. Ramos, no Jeff Mathis, and the 4 starting pitchers other than Jose have yet to appear in this game. But Andrew Kashner has thrown half a game in the bullpen over the last several innings. He's up again right now. 40 players.
Incredible.
How's your scorebook look?
Busy. Very busy looking scorebook. And I'm going to have to turn the page if this goes to the 16th. 7-7 tie. Here's Posey with a man on. And the first pitch in there for a called strike. Posey drove in a run with a 2-out double in the 5th inning. And he drove in a big run with a single against Nick Whitgren in the 7th inning. .30 hits in this game. The pitch, swing and a miss. 0-2. McGowan gets ahead on Posey. McGowan, as a result of a triple, and then with 2 outs, 2 intentional walks, had the bases full in the last inning and got a huge strikeout. He struck out Madison Bumgarner. And 2 on Posey. McGowan's pitch. Low outside. Good stop by JT. He has been all over the place back there tonight blocking pitches. So Reds closer Tony Cingrani created a mess. Ross Ollendorf hit Yadier Molina with a pitch. And it forced in a run. The bases were loaded at the time. And Cardinals walked it off with a 5-run bottom of the 9th. There's a 1-2, a throw to first base. Not a big lead for Belt. He got back standing. The Giants are in this as a result of that 5-run 7th inning. There's a throw to first base. So now not only are the Marlins looking for Tom Kohler to go deep into the game tomorrow night, but the Giants as well looking at Matt Moore the left-hander, the former Ray, to go deep into the game.
Well, you could well see some roster moves also. Somebody going down, somebody coming up from AAA potentially.
Here's a 1-2 from McGowan. A foul ball back, caught the screen. In the other finals, Texas won at Coors and beat Colorado 4-3. At Target Field in Minnesota, Twins beat Houston 3-1. In Milwaukee, the Braves won in 12 innings, 4-3 over the Brewers. Toronto beat Tampa Bay 7-5. Here's the pitch, and that's off the inside. And ball 2, 2-2 to Posey. At Los Angeles, the Dodgers beat the Phillies. No, it's not over yet. Phillies are batting in the top of the 8th inning, down 8-3.
If that West Coast game ends before ours, we're in trouble. They started 7:10 local time there too,
and that's possible.
3 hours after us.
We're in the 14th here. They pitch up and in. Now a full count, and I think that we're seeing these last few pitches get a tiring Dustin McGowan now in his 4th inning.
He just threw his 61st pitch. He's within 15 pitches of the Giants starter, Johnny Cueto, who left for a pinch hitter after 5 innings and 76 pitches.
When he pitched 3 innings at Arizona, he threw 52 pitches.
And they have been, in many cases, very high-stress pitches here tonight. Some big spots.
For sure. Now here comes a payoff pitch to Posey. Taken outside, ball 4, back-to-back 2-out walks. Belt goes to second.
He's pitching on guts right now. That's all it is. And this is the kind of performance that earns a lot of respect in that clubhouse. Whatever it takes to try to win a ball game.
And now that we've gotten to this stage, we're going to get Brandon Crawford up again, and the Marlins are going to go to the bullpen. The danger here is that McGowan could possibly injure himself pitching with a tired arm after 3 2/3 innings of work here tonight. And so I assume that's Andrew Kashner.
And it's going to be Jeff Mathis getting double switched into the game. So now both teams have used every position player.
And an exhausted Dustin McGowan leaves along with a very tired catcher, JT Realmuto.
And McGowan gets a well-deserved standing ovation.
Yeah, what a job he did. Terrific and historic at-bat for Brandon Crawford.
There have been 2 7-hit games in Major League history in 9-inning games. There have been 3 other games in extra innings in which a player has had at least 7 hits, including 1 9-hit game.
And Kashner is ready. The big right-hander fires away, and Crawford takes high ball 1.
The 7-hit games in 9 innings. Wilbert Robinson of the Baltimore Orioles, 1892, went 7 for 7 in 9 innings. More recently, Rennie Stennett for the Pirates in 1975, went 7 for 7. In extra innings, oh, wait after this pitch.
Okay, Andrew Kashner looks back at the lead runner. Here's the pitch. And here's a ball lined out into right center. Ozuna charges, picks it up. Being waved is the lead runner, Belt. Here's the throw to the plate, not in time. Belt scores. Ball gets loose at the plate. Trying to go down to second base is Crawford, and he is out there. Who did they call out down here? Well, a 7-hit game for the shortstop Brandon Crawford. An historic night for him and for the franchise. And he drove in the go-ahead run, and he made the 3rd out of the inning. Going down to second, and Kashner got the ball and fired down to Etch, and they tagged Crawford out. But Belt had scored and done the damage. 8-7 Giants, and the Marlins bat here. Miguel Rojas up against George Cantos. And sometimes, Gep, this game can really be unfair. And in this case, after a valiant effort by Dustin McGowan. He's on the hook for a loss here.
Unless the Marlins can rally here at the bottom of the 14th.
Here's the pitch. And a ball bounced to the right side. Charged by Panic. Throws to first. One gone. Rojas retired.
Bottom line on Crawford, it's the 6th time in Major League history a player has had at least 7 hits in a game, including extra inning games. We told you about the 2 9-inning 7-hit games. In extra innings, Cesar Gutierrez of the Tigers in 1970 went 7 for 7 in a 12-inning game. Rocky Colavito for the Tigers in 1962, 7 for 10 in a 22-inning game. And in 1932, Johnny Burnett of the Indians went 9 for 11 in an 18-inning game.
Adeiny Echeverria 0 for 5 comes up for the 6th time. And Cantos to the plate. Ball 1.
So it's a historic night for Crawford, who came in batting 194 in his last 20 games. Had 14 hits in his last 20 games. He has 7 tonight.
7 in 14 innings. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Echeverria and a called strike. So things have really gotten quiet here. 1, the crowd has thinned out. And number 2, the Marlins are down to their last 2 outs in a game in which they had a 5-1 lead. And now down 8-7 here in the 14th. The pitch. Called strike. One and 2. I guess the fans did not agree with Doug Eddings.
Doug Eddings has been behind the plate for nearly 500 pitches tonight.
Here's the wind and the 1-2 from Cantos. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Second strikeout for Cantos, and the Marlins are down to their last out. Giants 1 out away from a very big win. This is a Giant club that has been struggling.
And they're on the ropes tonight at 5-1.
Yep. Chris Johnson came into the game as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning. He's up for the 2nd time. Singled his first time up. He takes ball 1. And the hope for the Marlins would be that Chris Johnson would get a pitch that he could hit out. 8 runs, 18 hits for the Giants, and they've still left 18 men on. Here's the wind and the 1-0, and it's fouled at the plate. The ball kicked off the leg of Chris Johnson and rolls all the way out to the infield behind the pitcher's mound. Brandon Crawford coming in to take care of that. Why not? He's taking care of everything else tonight. One and 1. Cantos sets. He's got the sign from Posey. And here comes the pitch, and they did what they needed to do on that pitch, and they kept it down and away from Johnson for ball 2, 2-1. And Johnson didn't bite. 2-1 the count. Infield backed up around to the left for Chris Johnson, right-handed batter, facing this right-hander, George Cantos. And here comes the 2-1 pitch. And that missed inside. The run the Giants scored in the top of the inning, their first since the 8th inning. The only run by either team since the 8th. Three balls and a strike to Chris Johnson. The pitch swung on and missed, strike 2. the Marlins go down here, they will have been shut out by the Giants bullpen for 7 innings. Full count now on Chris Johnson, the last hope for the Marlins. The wind and the pitch. And it's low and outside, ball 4. The Marlins have the tying run on, and D. Gordon coming up. First walk given up by Cantos. He had faced 5 and retired 5, and then walked Chris Johnson.
Marlins have tied a club record tonight by using 9 pitchers in a game. They used 9 one other time, September 16th, 2012, in an 11-inning game against the Reds. They used 2 starting pitchers in this game. Fernández, who actually started it, and Cashner, who may have thrown the Marlins' last pitch of the night. And in between, 7 relievers.
Quite a night. I mean, both teams got to be drained, but when you win a game like this, you don't feel the pain that you paid down there on the field to get to this point.
You want to hear something? This is not the longest Marlins-Giants game ever. These teams played 15 innings June 18th, 1996 in San Francisco, and the very next night, they played 15 innings again. So the 2 longest games ever between the Marlins and Giants came on back-to-back nights in 96, both Giants wins.
Giants lead here 8-7 with 2 outs in the 14th inning. Chris Johnson at first, D. Gordon the batter, grounds a ball foul to the end of the Marlins dugout down behind third. Hit the railing and shot down toward the tunnel there. 0-1 on D. Gordon. Seventh time that Gordon's gone to the plate. He has 3 hits. The pitch on the way. And a ground ball to third. Stopping it there. Nunez throws down to second for the force and the ball game. George Cantos comes up with a win. And the Giants have beaten the Marlins 8-7 in a 14-inning contest in which we appeared headed toward the 15th if Marlins had been able to come up with an extra base hit here. That didn't happen.